Put my hand up on your head and you depart it. Put your hand up on your head and you depart it. Put up on your head and you depart it. Put my hand up on your head. Put your head. Hello, Jose. Good to see you, Mr. Jose. Put my hand up on your head. Hand up on my head. Put your hand up on my head. My head. What up, Instagram? I got a gift already from Jacob. What a legend. What's up, man? What's up, Jacob? What's up, Blue? What up, sent a gift? What's up, Gio? What up, Gio Ambanoza? What are you doing on here? I'll be seeing you soon, Mr. Gio. Albion, what's up? What up? Hello, Instagram skirts. Good to see you. I'm going to get on a call here pretty soon, and you guys can listen in. We have a lot of calls today. I do need to spend one day where we just go live together, and I don't do any meetings, which we can do soon. But we have a lot of meetings today, if they show up, which I hope they do, because it's not nice when they don't. But we have back to back meetings. So yeah. I have a 25 on my ACT and 3.2 GPA. That's good. Should all touches videos be in chronological order or best to worst? Best to worst. Bro, do you have any tips? I want to be a striker, but I'm 15. Just started, although I'm naturally height. Make lots of runs in behind. Hey, coach, I'm doing my goal video right now. Good job, Gio. Gio's one of my students. Good work, Mr. Gio. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. That way we can make sure we reach your goals. Hey, I sent you an email of my highlight video. Could you let me know if it's good? You sent me an email. I don't look at the emails. You have to send it through Discord. That's the truth. Through Discord, Arenio. Instagram. I am in KC Showcase November. What should I do to stand out? Make sure you contact the coaches before, please. Do not just show up to the showcase. That will be no bueno. Okay, we have a question here. You have put out some very good content. It's helped me and my son through the process. What? I got to take a screenshot of that. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so awesome of you. Thank you for saying that. That is freaking cool. How old are you and how old is your son? Mr. Brandon Jones. Hello, Bomba. Is NYU... Whoa, this is cool. Haven't joined your... What is this? No heart me sent today. Haven't joined your team. Is NYU realistic if I play ECRL? It is possible. It is possible. It's very difficult because they're so competitive. You're going to have to go to their camp. What app or tool do I use to record keep highlights of my son playing for rec? iPhone is the best, but if you want to invest a little bit more money, then you can get a Trace or a Veo. What are the best platforms to publish a highlight video? WeVideo.com. Am I hiring? If you want to work for me, you can message me on Instagram, and I have to look at your resume to see if you are at that level. Celine, I still have to look at your highlight video. I'm going to make an Instagram video out of it, a TikTok out of it. That's why I haven't looked at it yet, but I will be looking at it. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Oh, my hips. Okay, first call is coming up. Can you give me some positive training tips for a striker? Oh, here we go. Hello, Batkin family. How are you?
Good.
Thanks so much for your time. I'm excited to speak to everybody. Could I just ask who found me first?
I did on Instagram.
Awesome. And so then what did you tell your dad about me?
I just said that you help people recruit, and get in touch with college coaches.
I bribed your son.
I've seen some of your stuff online as well.
Oh, cool. Perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome. And did you guys get a chance to see the longer video I sent you that kind of talked about what it looks like to work with me?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you both for watching that. So if it's okay with you guys, given your age and everything, we have to talk about a couple things. But The first thing I just want to do is confirm a couple things. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So I want to confirm, how old are you?
I'm 13.
13, and you're in 7th grade?
I'm in 8th grade. I'm turning 14 in November.
Okay, but you're in 8th grade right now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's what I have in my notes here. And then right now, if I were to say to you, have you reached out to any college coaches? Have you started that process?
No.
Okay. And if I were to say to you, what do you think you want the most help with, say from me? What do you think that is?
Maybe just getting in touch with those coaches because I started to think about a couple schools that I might want to go to. So maybe just getting in touch with those coaches.
Okay. Now the elephant in the room might be, well, you're only in 8th grade. Why do we do this? Why do you think it's important to start now?
Maybe so I can get that exposure so they can get to know who I am. And then later as I develop, they know who I am already. So they can start looking into me more and more.
Pretty damn great answer. And from your father's perspective, what do you think your son needs the most help with?
What do I need? What?
What do you think your son needs the most help with?
Yeah, just guidance. I think that's probably the easiest answer that I can give is just guidance along the way, how to do it. He's in 8th grade. I think it's crazy. When I was growing up, I played soccer, but that's not the way college recruiting worked back then with this club. And you just sort of went to high school and sort of did your deal, and then you got recruited. It's very different now. So I have no idea.
What position did you play?
I was a goalkeeper.
Nice. That's awesome. There's not very many people that got to play at that level, so that's really cool. And right now, as you're doing this process, I want to know from your son, why do you want to play college soccer? There's a lot of work. Why do you want to play college soccer?
I mean, I think that it's just cool to keep on living my dream. And if I get to play in college, that's pretty cool. Not a lot of people get to play in college, and it's one step closer to playing pro, which is my dream.
Yes. Very cool. And why do you want to play pro soccer one day?
I think right now, at this current moment, I think that I really love the game. And my dad's always said, do what you love for a job. So playing pro would be my dream.
That's awesome. And from your father's perspective, obviously this is a little bit different because you played college soccer and you played at a high level, which most parents haven't. But I still have to ask the question, why do you want to see your son play college soccer one day?
Well, I mean, I enjoyed it. I only played for a year. I got hurt my senior year in high school, so I never fully recovered. But I did play a year in college, and it was fun. It was a good time. I really enjoyed it, and I got to keep playing. And that's what I tell them all the time. I said, one day you're just going to look back and you're going to be watching your kid play soccer, and remember all those good times you had.
And I think from my own place and why I started doing this, that's why I love trying to help kids play college soccer. Now, one thing that's important, and I think your son would agree, and I think your father would agree, but I want to make sure, academics always come first. Would you guys agree with that concept?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So having said that, I want to talk a little bit about in my opinion, your current situation, as well as, your video a little bit. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So I want to pronounce your name correctly. Is it Blaine?
Yeah.
Okay. So Blaine, you have, and your father probably knows this, and you probably knew this for a little while. Your son's a good soccer player for his age. And when you have that problem, and I call it a problem because now you have these goals and expectations. If he was just playing for fun and it was just rec soccer, you'd just be having fun and you don't think about the future and you're happy. But your son wants to go pro, and I played pro after college, and your son has got some ability. I mean, you guys have seen your video already, but for his age, there's a side volley he does, for his technique. I mean, this is very good too. Outside of the right foot, very good pass. But there's a side volley that he hits here where I'm like, wow. Okay, wow. That's a wow moment. Okay, that's very high level. So, De Bruyne, Kevin De Bruyne.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
So that's there's similarities there. So now the next thing is, your son is short, shorts is not the right word because he's in 8th grade, but I'm 5'6", so he's almost as tall as me. But it is to say that college coaches you have to find the right coach when you play like your son, who's got really good feet, but also is not meant necessarily, although I'm sure he'll grow, but his strength will always be his soccer IQ and his technique. And you want to find a coach that loves that, because some coaches do and some don't.
Yeah.
So the real question then comes to, is it worth talking about college soccer? And your son brought up a good point, which is, if they get to know me now, then they'll get to know me later. And the sooner, frankly, he gets recruited, the sooner we could talk about pro soccer, but also so he could go to the best school, because it's very competitive. So I guess I'd want to ask your father the same question. Why do you think, we should start this process now with him?
For me, I think so. College coaches could see the growth, I think, and see the consistency, right? So they're not just looking at video clip; they're going to see it over years. And I think he's short, but he hasn't started growing yet. Let's just say I'm 6'1". My oldest son is close to 6 feet tall, so he hasn't started the growing process yet. We don't know how tall he's going to be, but he does have the IQ, and he plays a position in the midfield that, I think is going to require a coach that's looking for that type of role. He's not a goal scorer. He's more like De Bruyne, where he'll get assists instead of goals. And I think that's a very, very specific sort of position. I think the college or the team has to play that way in order for you to want a kid like Blake.
Wow. It is really nice talking to people that understand soccer. That does not, otherwise I have to try and explain everything in 15 minutes. So yeah, I mean, you've really hit it. And also it's a benefit for your son, as he will grow, is a lot of players grow early, depend on their athleticism, don't develop the technique or soccer IQ because they don't have to. And it's very difficult to switch it later. Like in my case, I never grew necessarily, but I had the technique and the soccer IQ, which got me to where I'm going. Your son has that right now. So that brings us to the main question is, if we send him to an ID camp, is he not going to do well? And therefore, could it hurt him? Or is it something you send him to so he can be, shown what it really takes to play college soccer? And in your son's case, in my opinion, he's going to be one of the better kids there, including the older kids. Yeah. So now that makes me go, yeah, it's time for him to go to the camps. So I'm on the same page as you, which I appreciate. Now what I want to do is part of my job today, and by the end of today's call, we need to figure out if we're going to work together. Like, that's important for you and it's important for me. So I want to see if I can scare your son away now from trying to do any of this. So that way instead, maybe you guys just have a regular life and you don't have to miss vacations for soccer, etc. Is that okay?
Yeah. Too late.
Too late. I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right. I can already see it in his eyes. But I'm going to give it my best go anyways. Or what we'll do is, for your son, since he's dedicated as he is, normally I'm scaring people away half jokingly. In your son's case, I'll do it. If you really want to go pro, this is the deal. And this is important. So first of all, you've got a highlight video, right? So your highlight video I like. And I wanted to show you your highlight video type form is your highlight video I like, but it's not maybe what I want in regards to like the professionalism, right? You've got great grades. I understand your grad year, but it's time, you're a young, mature man for your age. I want a self-interview. I want it to look professional. And we are going for the big boys, right? You want to play at the best schools in the country. I want this to look like that. Now, the soccer part I quite like. Zoomed in, good feed. I even like the order of the video. You've got some free kicks that we might move up, to be honest, because this technique is De Bruyne. It's very good. So the truth is I will probably change the order. But the point is to say I need a better video. Does that make sense? Yep. Okay. So that's number one, is I need a better video. Number two is I want your son to start emailing the Division III schools in a very real way where I expect them, which is why I had asked you, have you talked to any Division III schools yet? I want him talking to them. If the best schools in the country, Chicago, North Central, which maybe you're less familiar with, Cal Lutheran, these are schools that are the best for Division III, and they tend to be the best in academics. They are generally done. They're recruiting, they are pretty much know who they want by sophomore year, and they're done in the spring of junior year. And of course, sometimes in the summer. But the reason mainly Division III top academics are done before Division I's because they're prioritizing kids who want academics, and they want them all to do ED1, which is means they know they're going to get in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I want him emailing the Division IIIs. And I think you guys saw this already, but when we do that, basically what we do is I'm going to give him a list of schools. It's going to be the top academic only. This is connected to my Gmail. We're going to connect one to his, so it will all be matched up. But we're going to press select all. We're going to click write emails. We're going to go dear #coach #genuine. It will automatically help us create something genuine to say. I'm going to hit preview. It will automatically enter the coach's name, and it's going to go to all these coaches individually in a genuine way. And then if they don't respond, you will get a reminder saying they didn't respond to you. And when they do respond, you're going to put them in order. It was genuine. It was generic. They invited you to an ID camp. What date? Because that's, in my perfect world, I'm going to send him to some D1 camps, in my opinion, just because, even though he's not going to get invited officially. But there's a couple Division IIIs, like the top schools, where I'd like them to go, hey, we like your video. Like, we'd like to see you. I want them to know. Also, just between a secret, about 60% of the coaches are going to be different by the time he hits junior year. And traditionally, the Division III coaches become the D1 coaches, just as things happen, because they get better and they want to move up. Does that make sense? So if a Division III coach is talking to him today, and then in 2 years, he's now the assistant coach at Northwestern, and he remembers your kid, that's really helpful.
Yeah.
And then we can kind of backdoor the rules. There's also another backdoor, which we'll talk about later, but almost 95% of college coaches are coaching at club teams. Now, we're not going to switch club teams, but if you wanted to email the head coach of Notre Dame, or say assistant coach, because the head coach, that's his full job, but the assistant coach of Notre Dame, you could send him an email through his club email and just go, hey, we're going to be playing against your club team. Look forward to seeing you there. Boom. Now you're talking to Notre Dame legally.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want us to start contacting coaches. And then I do want us to go to camps. We're not going to go crazy. We're going to pick which camps, a version of what are your dream schools. We're going to follow up. But to give you an idea, depending on, how willing you guys are, the kid that we committed to Duke, he went to 7 ID camps before 10th grade of Duke and Duke alone. So they knew who he was.
Did he go in 8th grade though, or did he go in 9th?
He started in 7th grade.
7th grade. Okay.
Yeah. Now, he was adamant that Duke was the only school he wanted to go to. So his parents and him were like, go to the camp. That's what you do. And they didn't know that doesn't mean you get to go to the school. At one point, there was a moment where Duke was like, you don't need to come to camp. And we as a family were like, do it anyways. And then the coach was like, okay, you're good. We know you want our school despite your age. Because some coaches are like, well, you don't know what you want yet. Our job is for your son to kind of know earlier. So that way they're more comfortable committing earlier. So good question, though. And then a lot of what we have to do for all the time is going to be talking about your situation. So that's what an audit is. An audit basically is to go, hey, you've sent the email out. We need to meet and go, how did they respond? How do we follow up? And this is, as you guys have said, the beauty of starting now, which you guys do feel, which is helpful to me. If your son gets injured, if he misses an ID camp, everything is on the table. Every school. UCLA, Stanford, but every year, every day, the door starts to close and he's going to get injured. It's unfortunate, but it is going to happen. His coach is going to be annoying one day. You're going to think about switching clubs. It just never ends. That's just how this goes. And right now, we can be flexible. When I have kids talk to me as a junior, there is no flexibility. They make a mistake, they don't get to play college soccer at that school. So then you lose opportunities. And then we're going to narrow down your list. So we're going to email like 20 to 35 D3 schools pretty consistently, like once a month. Then we're going to email every D1 school, and then we're going to shrink it down to like 50, and then you're going to just do them for the next literally couple years, video once a month. Here's me, here's I'm at your camp. And then you guys will know. They'll come up to you at camp, and you'll figure out that they like you.
Okay.
And they will legally or illegally start recruiting you. They will. They do it all the time.
Is there a specific way to go? Is there a specific way to go when you're not a goal scorer? When you're more of that has to be very targeted, does it not?
Yes. So the reason, to your point about being very targeted, so what needs to be very targeted is they must know who he is before he goes to the camp. So even for the D1s, they may not respond, or they may even tell you we can't respond, but it doesn't mean they didn't look at your video and go, I'm excited to watch him. Because to your point, there's going to be some other kid who's a junior who's going to be scoring all the goals, and he may just naturally stand out because of that.
Yeah.
Your son, like me, I'm a defensive center mid. I never did anything particularly remarkable, but the coach was looking for a defensive center mid, so he watched me the whole time, and that's how I got my official visit. So similarly, we just need them to know who he is before. And on top of that, this is not pro soccer. They care about you as a person. That's why the self-interview is so important. I want them to see the passion your son has, that he clearly watches soccer every day, all day long. So that is important for me as well. Does that make sense?
Good.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I've talked about all the things I need to do to scare you away or just to make you do this, but I want it to be clear. We do all this effort because we want your son to be happy where he goes. You know, if he ends up doing this process and then he's like, well, I chose a decision quickly because I was forced to, and they told me I had 2 weeks, and he hates it, then we did a bad job. And that's obviously the whole point, really. Okay, so then the last thing, you guys have heard of like NCSA and those companies, or not yet?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically the biggest difference between us and them, and the reason I make it clear is obviously I don't like NCSA for reasons that I don't trust them and I use them myself. But the main thing is, even if you don't work with me, is they will not edit all your videos. They don't have the custom email system from your own Gmail account. They have it from NCSA, which is just for your schools will not work. And then they don't talk to you all the time. But the biggest thing is they have this platform, and they're like, if we're on our platform, same with these other ones, if you're on our platform, then you'll get recruited. And I just don't, I can't tell you how many people come to me, are in a contract with NCSA, you know, I cost a fee, they cost a fee, and they can't move. So the platform is like, it's not the deal. So then the last piece is I want results. And once you're in their contract, you're stuck. With me, it's not the same. So I know you saw this a little bit already, but it is to say, right now in the situation we're in, my question to you guys is, this is for your son first. Is this the type of help that for your son, is this the type of help that you think you want?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Okay. And from your father's perspective, is this the type of help you think would benefit your son?
Yeah. I mean, it can't hurt. So yeah, for sure. Because again, I haven't done it before. So. Yeah.
No, and that's, important for us as we're doing this process. So now the next piece is this. When we're working with a student, and this is the last piece to scare you away per se, is when we're working with a student, what we want to do is, especially with him and his situation, is the following. The first thing is, and you guys saw this in the video, but you're going to get a coach and you're going to get me, and you're going to meet with this coach every day. And then I'm writing your emails. I'm figuring out which schools you need to email. I'm fixing your highlight video. I'm finding out which ID camps you should go to, because there's new ones every day. Like right off the top of my head, there's like 2 I want him to go to already. And then I learn about them all the time. I'm also looking up how many seniors the team has. One of the things that I think you saw, but this system, it also is connected to OpenAI. So if you were to ask like, how many seniors does Notre Dame have? It will tell you the answer. If it says, when is the Notre Dame ID camp? It knows the answer. You know, what is something genuine about the coach that I can say, it will give, you know, so it helps us move really quickly, but I have to update the system, obviously. And then I manually go look it up as well. So we're both working for you. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, for the first month, you must meet with us every week. And that's not really negotiable, because I got to fix your video. We got to send this mass email, and we got to get things going. The analogy I would give you is, right now you're a boat, and like you're fast and you're cool, but you're technically stuck on the beach. Nobody knows who you are. There's not a single other island that's seen how great you are. And to get you from the beach to the ocean, that's like sometimes the most difficult part. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then Discord. So we've tried to do email in the past, but like there's just but by the time your son is 8th grade, and we're a lifetime, so we're with him after college, so that's a long time. There's too many emails, so we need everything in one place, and so we use Discord. Have you guys heard of Discord?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll have every message like in a line. So if a year we go, hey, what did Indiana say? We could scroll up. There it is. We will edit all of his videos. So from now on, I know you have Trace. I'm sponsored by Trace. I love Trace. They'll cut the clips already, obviously, to some degree, so that's awesome. But I'll put them in the order. I want to zoom in. Like with your other one, I want to change the order. I'm pretty specific about that, because coaches only watch the 15 seconds, and then they won't watch the rest. And then I know your dad's a great coach, and I know you're getting good coaching by somebody because you're a good soccer player. But I want to go through the game with you and go, as a college soccer player, as a 10, this is what you need to be doing. Like, I need to watch full games with you for the next 2 years. So when you go to the camp or when you play in a showcase, you're better. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And then for you too, we also do have, which we will talk about, a nutrition program. I'm a certified nutritionist. Nutrition. We have a technical program. Now, I know you're doing a good job, but the reason I bring it up is the technical program is not like, this is how you get better at soccer. It's statistics. So you're going to do this exercise. It's timed against me. So if you beat my time, then I know that you're the level for, Division 1, Division 2, Division 3 at your age, which is the point. And you'll see there's a level 4. And if you can do level 4, then you're as good as me. And I've been playing pro soccer for a pretty long time. So if you can get to that point, great. And then we can measure it and then tell coaches like, hey, I can do look at this. And we're going to put on Instagram, I did this level. They will all be impressed because it was difficult for me to finish. That's to give you an idea. And then the last thing is, we now do have a sports performance coach as part of our team. So we have unlimited meetings if you want with like a professional. There's a difference between a sports psychologist, sports performance. So they're sports performance. They're a soccer player, and this is what they do. This is what they've gone to school for. So down the line, it's not something I would have you do unless you feel you want it. But I've had tons of sports psychologists in my life. I want this to be a whole 360 deal. So you can book them as much as you want in addition to your coach who's going to be focusing on recruiting and the game review. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay. And then you guys saw the Google Drive. So like eventually your Google Drive will look something like this, where we'll have all your videos, which I'll show you in a minute, but also we're going to be meeting, every week. So with this student, he's a little bit older than you now, but boom, we're talking to Brown, we're talking to UCSB, we're talking to Colgate. And what does he say? How does he say it? How does he follow up? It's a constant. And every time we meet, Dad, you're welcome to every meeting, but also we'll record the meeting and you'll get a copy of it, just so we can have a track record of it. And there will be times, of course, where we're like, maybe it's better we just talk to your son, but then we have a separate meeting with you. Also fine. So to work with us when we're working with your son is this is the model basically. So we're with him for life. One of the things that we do when they're in 8th grade is it's important that we're with them like forever. And it's a long time. So if we do this model, then we want to make sure that you guys are as committed as we are. Now, if in the first 3 months you're not being genuinely recruited, then we go our separate ways. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. The last thing is if your son keeps his grades where they are, like in this world, then what we do is we make sure that, not make sure is a strong word, but basically we guarantee that, I say guarantee because I'm not allowed to guarantee scholarship, but basically we've seen that your son's going to get between 60 to, he's got a 3.9. So if he's getting only A's, even without APs, he's looking at like $80,000.
Yep.
So in saying that, my next question really is to both of you. You're actually not allowed to work with me today. I need you to think on it, talk as a family, but I only work with a small number of students. So my question for your son, and in the model that you saw, you might have seen that the price was 8. The reason it's 5 as opposed to 8 is one thing that we're able to do now is because of this new software that I built, I can make your videos easier. So frankly, it just costs me less to make your videos. So that was just, if you had talked to me 2 weeks ago, it would have been 8.
Okay.
So in saying that, the question now for your son is, why do you think you're a good fit to work with us?
I think I'm a pretty good player, and I think that if I keep where I am and I keep working hard and hard, I have a chance to play at college. So I think that with your help, I'll be able to play college.
I like that answer. From your father, why do you think your son's a good fit for us?
I mean, from what I've heard, everything sounds good, and I think it's a directional path that he probably needs to start on now. We've talked about it, but never, we don't know which way to go. So this is a good, sort of just pathway forward, and it's directional. And, we're going to need you at least for the next 4 years. It's a long time. That's a long time to be consistent and go at it for 4 years and be focused, outside of everything else that goes on in life. So to me, it makes sense.
Okay, super helpful. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to send over this email so you guys can talk about it. You'll get the recording of this Zoom meeting as well, so you can talk it over with your family. The only thing is I must have an answer in 24 hours, especially now with the discount that I gave you guys. That won't be for everybody. So with that in mind, I have to know in 24 hours. If in 24 hours you have a question, you can just email me your questions. If you go, we don't want to work with you, just let me know so I can act accordingly, because your coach that he'll get plus me will only work with 3 to 5 kids for the long period we're with. So we just need to make sure. Sound good?
Yeah. Okay. And you said that fee it's a one-time deal?
We split it up into 3 payments. So let's say
either way.
Yeah, it is once you pay the 5, you're done forever.
Okay.
And the reason we do 3 payments is, if you really are unhappy with us after the first month, you can leave technically.
Okay.
But the goal is obviously that we're here to help you. And in 3 months from now, if we're not getting results, right, we're not talking text. I expect them to be texting with Division III coaches in 3 months. Then I'll fire myself.
Okay. Good. Fair.
Okay. Very good, everyone. It was very nice talking to you all. I look forward to hearing from you, and we'll talk soon.
You as well.
All right. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Deb.
Have a nice night.
Okay, we have 2 minutes until our next one. How is my Instagram doing over here? Hello, everybody. When making a video. So we have another call now. If you guys want to call me, you can schedule a call. Links in the bio, which I'm sure you're tired of hearing, but that is the truth. And yeah. Hello. I got to start this next meeting.
Recording in progress.
Oh,
Hello.
Hi,
Perfect.
how are you
Jose.
doing?
I'm doing well. Jose, how are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for asking.
I'm excited to talk to you, Mr. Jose. Could I confirm your parents are with you?
Yeah, my parents are with me, but they don't speak any English. But I'm 25. I'm just wondering if maybe they have to be with me anyways, or.
Good question. Let me take one step further. I appreciate you scheduling a call, but 25 is too old to play college soccer.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Well, yeah, I was trying to reach out to you guys to ask a lot of questions and to be well, to know if I had the possibility to work with you guys. But yeah, that was it, just to try. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. I think NAIA might be possible, but it's very complicated. So what I'm going to
I see.
do is I'm going to give you a phone number to call, and you can
Mhm.
explain. So you cannot play NCAA, that's for sure. But there's another
Okay.
league called NAIA, and they don't have age restrictions. But you'd have to call them yourself and explain your situation. And if they say to you, hey, like, yeah, there is a possibility given your age to play with us, then you could give me a call back at another time and find and figure out if I could help you play NAI. But when it comes to NAI, you have to ask the eligibility center themselves.
Oh, great. Yeah, I'm gonna ask. And then what about NJCAA? Do you know?
Yeah,
Like,
junior college. You are too old for junior college.
as well. Okay, okay. But NAA, okay. Okay,
NAI
I'm gonna
might
I'm
work.
gonna ask them.
Okay, I'm trying to get their phone number for you. I don't see a direct phone number, which I don't like. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, here it is. So what I'm gonna do, I'll put in the Zoom chat and then just save the link because once the Zoom hangs up, it will go away. So click that link and then
Okay.
call them and they'll be able to tell you a little bit more.
Okay, great. And then if they say yes, you say to contact you just to.
If they say yes, we have a different program for your age. So this is what the program looks like. CSU programs. And click that link, and then from that link, you can schedule a call with us.
Okay, great. I'm gonna do that, and then yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
But thank you so much for letting me know and for this call. Actually, I mean, you're doing everything to help people, so thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, goodbye.
Bye. Oopsies. He was a little too old. Okay, guess what? The good news is I can talk to you guys now for a little while. All right, let's start over here with Instagram's got nothing, so we'll go to TikTok. TikTok, you're always my first love. Can I go to into a D1 2.4? No. I'm U15 playing for MLS Next. What do I do to play D1? JV, I need to see your highlight video. If you guys want, you can submit your highlight video to the Discord. The Discord is live right now, and I will try and watch your highlight video. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm 14, playing East and I just started my freshman year of high school. Should I make an NCAA account? Yes, you can. You won't really need it until schools are like really interested, but you should definitely make an account. You're going to need to make one at some point. I'm going on an official visit tomorrow, meeting with the coach. Any advice? Ask questions about them. Don't just talk about yourself. Ask, do they have brothers and sisters? Where did they grow up? The more personal you make it, it's just like dating. Ask them the questions. My son is in ninth grade, good player, but playing Premier Division. He's also playing PDP for NorCal. PDP is a good start. Premier Division is typically not the highest level, but if you're playing PDP, it's good, Joe Beasy. If you're playing Premier Division, Division 1 is usually not realistic. Division 2, maybe. I would need to see video, and video can always be the exception, so give me a call. Let's see. I'm a 2027 and play ECNL. Is there still time for me to play D2 or D1? Yes. 2027 for sure. Absolutely. Is Instagram and Twitter better than Huddle for video? Yeah. You can have your video on Huddle, but no college coaches are watching your Huddle. That's only for American football. How to get good at soccer. Train, kick a ball, 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 some more. Hey, I play Almost Next, and I was wondering your tips on how to stay for another year. What do you mean stay? You mean take a gap year? You have to talk to your club, see if they'll let you do that. Let's see here. Instagram screws. Yo, what's up, Marvel? What's up, Brandon? LOL. I farted in my grandma's room. Okay. Yo. Okay. Good questions. YouTube. Okay. Is NPL good for Division 1? No. How to get good soccer? You could be the exception, but I very rarely see it work for Division 1. Very rarely. No. What the heck? One. Okay. I'm a trapped Colleen Main. I'm a trapped player. I currently play Eastern RL with the new rules benefit me in 2025. The answer is it might and it might not. And I will also add that it's out of your control. So all you can do is get ready to play college soccer by doing what you need to do. And so let's say the new rules go against you. What are you going to do? Nothing? No. You have to have a plan. So it doesn't really matter what the rules do. You just have to have a plan. Odds are it could benefit you, but maybe to 1%. You still have to get recruited, send emails, everything else. Is there a certain position for girls which gives them a better chance to play in college? No, you have to be the best one in your position. But if you had to pick, I'd pick right back or left back. Should self interview go after your first clip or at the start? Do first clip first, then your self interview. I have a question. Is NCSA a good program? No. We hate NCSA. We do not trust NCSA. Do not like NCSA. If you don't believe me, go talk to somebody else. But I just got off the phone. I get off the phone every other day with somebody that tells me how NCSA screwed them over. No NCSA. If emailing a coach to inform them that I'm going to their college camp, what specific question should be included in the email? Would you recommend Exact Camp? I do not like Exact Camp. I get very bad feedback from Exact, and there's no question you ask before. Oh, that's not true. You would ask them if they're looking for your position for your grad year before the ID camp. But if you're going to go anyways, then just tell them you're going, and then after the camp is when you ask them a question. But I would not recommend Exact. I do not like Exact. Now, if you want to go as a sophomore, all that's going to happen as a sophomore is they're going to say, it was great to see you. Could you come to our own camp? And maybe you get 5 coaches that get you genuine invites to their own camp, and then it might be worth it. But I don't like Exact. Does height matter? Where am I from? I'm from New York, but I live in LA. Does height matter for defenders? Yes, but it doesn't mean it won't hurt you necessarily. Yeah. My friend Brooks is going through a tough time during school. Can you say hi to him? Hi, Tough. What's wrong? What's going on in your school, Tough? We never want anyone having a tough time. Thank you. Super helpful. Also, is DC United expressed interest and asked for name after playing their academy, but didn't follow up? Would you mention this email to coaches? Lungi Luma Okoko. Good question. I would need to look at it. Your situation is now complicated, so give me a call, and then I could figure out what to do. You're from Barcelona. That's cool. He's getting bullied for being short. His name is Brooks. I'm short. Tell him that they don't know what they're talking about, and that he doesn't need to worry about them. Does he play soccer, Ben? Hi, Donna. How are you? How tall should a center back be? It doesn't matter. It matters because people will judge you, but you can't control your height. So you don't have to worry about that. Instead, worry about what's in your control, which is your ability. Try introducing the member badge and letting viewers know that they can join your team by sending a heart. If you guys send a heart, you can join my team, according to this. So send a heart. Send some hearts. I only have 1.4 thousand likes. Send some hearts, TikTok. Yeah, he's 5'1", 215 goalie. It sounds like he's not fit. That's a bigger problem. 5'10" is okay. Ben, what he needs to do then, if your friend is not comfortable with himself, then he has to go talk to a therapist. That's the most important thing. My friend just went D1 center back. He's 5'8". There you go. Good example. I have another question. What really matters the height for defenders or how good they're playing? Of course. Look at Martinez on Manchester United. He's short. It's just about how good you are. Come on, guys. You know better than that. Okay. Should I get surgery? I have a meniscus tear, grade 2. I'm 21. Ooh, I don't know. That's not for me to say. I'm not a doctor. Ben, you sound like a good friend of his. I think he needs to get fit, so he should work on getting healthy because getting healthy is important. And then he needs to eat healthy, he needs to work out. And then what he needs to do is he has to go talk to a teacher at school and explain that, he's uncomfortable and he's not happy and he's looking for help. So have him talk to a teacher at school. What if there are no high-level teams in the area? But Ben, you're being a very good friend for helping him. Thank you for helping him. What if you're being a good person, Ben, so please keep helping him. What if there are no high-level teams in the area? Then you're going to have to go to the local ID camps, or you're going to have to travel far. If you can't travel far, you still have to make a highlight video and go to ID camps. If you not play MLS Next/ECNL level, can you still be a college recruit? PHV vibes, you definitely can. You just have to change what level to aim for first. You might not be able to start with Division 1. You might have to start with Division 3, get offers, get interest, then go to D2, get offers, get interest, and then move on. You just can't go straight to Division 1. Dun, 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 dun. Eric, please try again. What the fuck? Okay. Sorry, guys. Is JUCO good? Yeah, JUCO can be good for sure, of course. When making a highlight video, should we show the play develop or only the highlight itself? Show the play develop a little bit, 5 seconds beforehand. Can someone go D1 as freshman on NAL? Very difficult, but if you're starting as a freshman, that's good. Other than Master Camp, which Master D camps do you recommend for sophomores? Lungi, Lumba, Okoko. It depends per player. Book a call with me when you can, Lungi. What should be the frequency of emailing coaches as a junior? It depends, Montez, which schools you're talking to, but usually once a month or once every 2 months. What should I make my strength is 5v5 defender, playing out of the back? Why is right back, left back preferred? It's not preferred. It's just there are less players that play that position, and so it can be slightly easier to get recruited, but it varies greatly. I'm too small to play college soccer. 5'5". That is definitely not true. I'm 5'5", and I played Division 1, so that's not true. Okay. Right back, left back, it's not preferred. It's just technically slightly easier, but even then that's debatable. But there are less right backs and left backs than there are of the other positions. So if you are one, then it could technically be easier, but it really doesn't make it. Do not try and switch your positions for the coach. Play the position you're the best at. Find the coach that wants you. Okay. Okay. Can someone go D1 as freshman on an ECNL team? It's difficult possible. Can you go from D3 to D1? Yes. No, you can go from D3 to D1. It's difficult. You have to go to ID camps. You have to send videos again. You have to do really well for your Division 3 school sometimes. But yeah, I've helped kids go from D3 to D1 multiple times. But it's a lot of work and it's expensive because you sometimes have to pay for your classes again. So it can be expensive. Can you give me training tips for a striker? Shooting drills, obviously, I suppose. If you want specific training tips, there's some other people I just help recruiting. I'm going to the Master's ID Camp in Naples next year. What should I do recruiting-wise prepare? Make sure you send emails to those schools before you go. Please. Please, please, please. Instagram, Skurs, what's up? Any questions, Instagram? Pradesh, no questions. Okay. Here's the fun part, guys. I have a bunch of questions that I get asked, and I'm going to show you those questions real quick so you can see all the questions that we get asked on a daily basis. Okay. Okay, not sure if I'm attending the right ID. How should I apply to Tino? Okay, so we've got a couple minutes here. Oh no, what the heck just happened? Okay. What? There it goes. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen here for a second. GR. Okay. Oh. Share. Okay. It'll be better if it looks like this, I think. Yeah. Okay. So these are questions that we've been getting asked lately, and you guys, I think, can learn from this, although we only have about 3 minutes before I get on a call. Let's take a look. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm attending the ID camps yet. How should I apply to this email? These are the list of ID camps available. Fall Showcase, November. Hi, women. Yes, should we be recruiting a fullback? More than likely to. Which camp can you come to? This is how the AI I created suggested a response. The coach is showing genuine interest. That is correct. That's a perfect subject line. Thank you for your quick response. I'm excited to hear that you're recruiting fullbacks. I'm very interested in camps. At the moment, according to my schedule, should I be clear? Okay. So what you have to do here is you have to go, you'd say Liz, dear coach. So you go, great job responding. You must pick a camp to go to. Dear, thanks for your interest. I look forward to attending the ID camp on pick the camp you can go to. And that's it. Okay, perfect. Save and press save. All right, next question. I'm not sure of attending ID camps yet. How should I reply? Okay, I just did that one. I have a coach's number and always text him. How should I text him back? Great question. Since you already established a text relationship, here's a suggestion. Hey, coach, hope you well. I want to share some research. No, it's freaking perfect. AI. This is an AI that I built, and it will answer questions immediately. You always have to double check with your CSG coach, but this will help you get answers faster. All right, what should I put on a subject line in order without a showcase? This is perfect. Remember to do perfect. Perfect. Okay, next. What should I put in a subject line to coach without for no showcase? This is perfect. Okay. What should I put on subject line? Information, what email contact? Da, 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 da. This is also perfect. Perfectamundo. Would you, okay, that's something else. How would you respond to the email below? We have another advanced winter clinic. Please update with more fun when you're able to. This is genuine. Very good. That's correct. So the AI can detect if it's genuine or not. Dear coach, thank you for your interest in things. I appreciate your time today. I'll continue to update video and look forward to look for perfect answer. Look at this. The AI is so good. So I trained the AI to do this. This email appears to be genuine, so let's follow steps. Let's see here. I can apply to this email. Thank you for reaching out when you're interested. It's great. We're looking for CM and hope to see how the recruiting path is with MLS next. But like you said, our winter ID camp is getting close. Make it genuine. Here's draft. Thank you so much for response. ID camp is a possibility. Appreciate looking for center mids, MLS next. I appreciate that I'm planning to attend the MLS next. Will your staff be there? So I'd love to connect in person. That's freaking perfect. Okay. 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 Perfect. Okay. Hey, coach, I like your opinion. Hey, I would like your opinion. I have two coaches interested in giving me an offer, but I need to apply to get into the university. The problem is that one of them, there was also application, can come back in March, so I wouldn't get an offer. Then the other coach has a easier uni application when it comes back for summer, so I'm able to get an offer then. However, he needs to finalize recruiting by the end of summer, so I'm now not able to compare. So what should I do? Now let's think about this. Apply to both schools, even if the timelines are different. That's true. Be honest with the coach situation, transparency. The coach needs to finalize by December. Ask if there's any flexibility. That's true. Consider which program you would prefer. If you decide to go with the early offer, make sure you're 100% comfortable. Remember, you can always ask for more time. Here's the dear coach. I want to reach out regarding recruiting time and discuss. I know you on the program. I'm in a situation where school I'm considering won't have March. I understand you need to finalize December. Flexibility. Oh my God, what a fucking response! It's fucking perfect, incredible. Okay. You guys can't even see that. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. What do you think about the Disney Soccer Showcase? Disney's really good. Big fan of Disney. Okay. Now I'm going to. Okay. Here we go.
Recording in progress.
Hello, Mr. Jurek. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. I can't see you, which is okay. But
You want me to turn my camera on? I'll turn it on.
Can you hear me? Yeah, see if you can turn it on. Just that way, if I make you angry, I know about it.
Oh, it's saying that I'm gonna have to leave the call. Is that fine, or can I just stay like that?
This is no problem. Can I just make sure your mom and dad are with you?
Hold on. Let me get my mom. Wait, let me get my mom real quick.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time. Gior, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
Did you and your mom get to see the video before the call together?
Yeah, I saw the video. We saw the video.
Did you show it to your mom?
Yeah.
Okay, so mom, you understand that I cost money and all those things. Did your son tell you that?
Say it again.
Did your son explain to you that I cost money?
You cost money?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so hold on, thing, Gior. That means you didn't watch the whole video. So what I'm gonna have
No,
you
we
do?
did.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
watched no, we watched the I watched the video about like how it costs money and like how like the format and emails and stuff like that. Yeah, I watched the video.
Thank you for watching it, but I also need your mom to have watched it before our call. Because she may not want you to work with me. She may look at the video and go, I don't want you, this guy's a fake. I don't want you to work with him. So what I'm going to have you do, Gior, is I'm going to have you reschedule, but you have to watch the video with your mom first.
Is there a time for later today? Maybe.
Later today, I might be able to do, what time frame? What time frame are you in?
I'm in.
Where do you
We're
live?
in like. I mean, we live in California, so.
You're in California. Okay, so I could probably do let's see what time it is. I could do 2:30.
2:30. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Do I need to put 2:30 or?
I can move this meeting for you to 2:30, and then if you come back at 2:30, as long as you watch the video with your mom, we can do the call.
Okay. Can you put it at 2:30, please?
Yes, I just moved to 2:30, and I can resend you the video because it'd be hard to find now. So let me just resend it to you real quick.
Okay.
Okay, and then watch this, and mom, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I
You.
like your son. I saw his video. I think he's a good soccer player. I just want to be upfront with you. I help people play college soccer, and the video will explain it. And if after you watch the video, you say, I don't want your son to work with me, that's okay. We can cancel the call. If you see the video and you say, oh, I want to learn more, then we can keep the call as well. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, this is for your son. I just sent you the link. Can you click that link so it doesn't disappear when we hang up?
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Click the link.
Yeah. Tell me
there's
if it
like-
works.
There's like 4 links. Which one do I?
This is on the Zoom chat. I only see one link.
On the Zoom chat.
Yeah. I could probably text it to you too, actually.
I'll make it bigger. When you press up, you go.
Yeah, I think I can text it to you.
Oh, did you text it?
I'll text it to you, yeah. Let me know if you wait for it. College soccer program. Okay. Okay. Let me know if that worked. I just texted it to you. Let me know if it went through.
Yeah, I did.
Perfect. Awesome. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So you better watch the video, guys, before you call me. Otherwise, I will not talk to you. The main reason is I only have 15 minutes to talk to you here. So if you don't watch the video before, then I don't have time to explain everything. So yeah. Okay. All right. Any other questions? So he'll call me a little bit later. Anthony, Zoe. Okay. We have another call in a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep answering some questions that I have that I got. Do prices vary with different players? Yes, we do it. We customize it for each person. From our personal experience, the Disney Showcase wasn't good for exposure. Not many coaches attention. Thank you, Heather, for telling us that. So that explains to you guys, Disney can be a hit or miss. It is not as good as it used to be. This is true. Best age to attend ID camps for GSBR. It depends how good they are. I need to see if they're a good soccer player. Thank you, Heather, though, for sharing that. So most colleges are in their own soccer season. So should we expect coaches to start back recruiting? So they still recruit even during their season. I promise you. Most of their offers are coming right now in the fall. They're having people on official visits. They're bringing them over. I would argue 80% of the offers come between September and December. So they're definitely still recruiting. Realistically, how often do D1 look at transfer from D3? Very rarely, less than 2%. Okay, got some questions. Okay, what question should I ask on a phone call? Okay, this is perfect. Very good. I apologize if I don't know. Okay. That's for phone call. Okay, it's very good. One is the fall ID camp professor. Okay. One is the form ID camp. Okay. When is the master ID camp? Okay. Okay. How should I respond to a coach if he says, Alessandro, we really like your profile and video, but unfortunately, we don't offer visits unless we see players play live. You're more welcome to sign up for a tour. Thank you so much. I appreciate your invitation. To the game October 12th. Look forward to attending your ID camp. I don't think it's a game here. Oh, now come to the game October 12th. You're right. I will be working on a tour for missions for October 12th and hope to see the team play the days or any particular time you're going to for the game. I'm excited for the opportunity. Okay. All right, let's just change this a little bit, and you'll say, play. Would it be possible to briefly say hello? Perfect. Okay. Hey there, I'd be happy to have. The coach is actually recruiting me didn't respond to my email when I told him to attend my game. How can I follow up with film? Dear coach, it's fine to watch. I want to follow up with your email. I understand you may have not been able to make it, so I put some time to check it out. I've attached my video below. Teams guide with my clear timestamps to keep plays. Okay, instead, change this a little bit. And so I put together. Okay, good question. Do you work with internationals? Yes, we do. Click the link in the bio and you'll see how we work with internationals. Okay. Hey coach, I have a question about CSG calendar. Is it okay if I use iCloud? It is not okay, Gio. You can use your iCloud for other coaches you emailed, but from now on, every new email you do, you have to create a Gmail account. The AI system does not work with iCloud. 1300 SAT, 5.1 GPA, ECNLR, co-captain. I'm a senior. How can I go pro? How can I go D1? Fareed, give me a call. Best age to attend games. How do prices vary per players? I customize it based on what I know. Okay, good question. Instagram, do you have any questions? Is a coach interested if they come to watch your game, but have not been responsive on email after? Official TAMAC, maybe not, but maybe also. I would need to know a little bit more. I would say if they came to watch your game, you deserve to get a response out of them. So you might have to follow up a few times, but then you also need to consider looking at other teams and then following back up with them later. What is your take on double rostering players? Double rostering for youth soccer is totally fine. It helps you gain more minutes and can be really helpful. So I have nothing against double rostering. It can be difficult for your club, but it's definitely not a bad thing for sure. Not a bad thing. From rosters we looked at, most D1 seem to have players from MLS and very few ECNL. That is correct, Lungi. Most of them are MLS Next. You are correct. Easiest position to get recruited, right back or left back, but that's really debatable. So most colleges in their own season. Okay, good question. Okay, hold on here. This goes back to the film. Okay, did that one. Okay, next. I hope you're doing well. My name is Jay. I'm assistant coach at Southern Virginia. We have identified you as someone with immense potential. We'd love to learn more about you. To personally invite you only. Oh, there's an invite only to an ID camp. Very cool. Very cool. We like that. Okay, this is genuine. Okay, dear coach, thank you for reaching out to invite only camp. I'm honored to be considered. I'm very interested in attending camp. Can you provide more details on what I should expect in camp? No. Um, um, okay. Boom. Okay, I got that text. Oh, nice, you got that text. Okay. Here we go. If I get an offer from one school in the UAA, is it bad to leverage it against another UAA school? It is not bad, but you have to do it mindfully. Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. Leveraging offers between schools in the same conference can be a bit tricky, but definitely not off limits. Here's how to approach it. I'd say first off, it's awesome that you've gotten off from USA. That's all conference with great academics. Yeah, nice work. As well, I want to do the recruiting process. The recent received an offer from everything deep about CollegeSoccerGuy while I'm on my other main time my list due to I'm wondering if you any tips of where I stand in recruiting for your class. Program. Thank you for your time. Helps find you out. Yeah, that's pretty damn good. That is pretty damn good. Okay, perfect. Next one. This is how I respond to Gardner Webb's assistant coach. This is how I plan on responding. Okay. Thank you for a bad, but it's definitely an exciting opportunity. I'm also interested in proposing. I want to mention that I'm very keen on your ID camp. As the schedule on October 12th. I believe this will be a great opportunity. However, please understand this is not on schedule. I believe this will be a great opportunity to get more in-depth program campus. I want to ask if it would be possible to schedule. Okay. You can almost never request an official visit. The school must invite you on an official visit. You can explain that you are visiting them would like to meet, but you cannot ask for an official visit. That has to come from them. When you phrase it like this, you sound arrogant, sure, and very cocky. However, this way you choose adjustments, implementation, and you understand your would be possible schedule. Would it be possible to I'm just going to I'm keen on attending a game for the weekend. I understand you have a game against them. Would it be possible to briefly say hello before the game? Give me an opportunity. So you have a game against us today, but would it be possible to briefly say hello? I plan on coming a day early. Would it be possible to because I already emailed Coach a lot in the past with iCloud. Gio, talk to your coach about it. We'll explain it to you. You can keep emailing your past coaches that you already emailed via iCloud. But for all new coaches, you have to use your Gmail. Okay. Okay. How often should I watch game film? Every time you play a game. Some of the schools that we have emailed have said COVID affected their recruitment. How should we approach this with our junior and with the new NCAA rules? Montez Watson, please call me. It's a very good question and it gets complicated. And I don't know how to help specifically with your situation unless you schedule a call with me. I only got one JUCO offer. I play UPSL and Easter. I'm a senior. What do I do? John Footy, that's a good offer that you have, junior college. But I would need to know more about you. So book a call. Card 10, what's up? What's up, dude? Let's see here. How can I ask for an official visit if we're not at that point yet? Maybe if this guy has brought it up. Because it'd be cool. Yeah, so I've been very excited about James. What are the possible schedule? When it's U13, it's a bad sign that my kid is still playing NCSL. Not a bad sign, but you do need to consider looking at the next levels. Okay. Is MLS Nights a good level to play on for U15? Yes, that is a good start for sure. Adalungi, I would assume the same for a junior, which is once a month or every other month. Yeah. And it depends, though, how much you like the school. And that's super important. Okay. Anthony, there's Anthony. Okay. If you're 21, book a call. We work with transfers in a different way. Complicated, but we do help transfers. Yeah. How can I make an official visit when we're not at the point yet if assistant coach hasn't brought it up? Okay. That was saved. How should I ask a coach that I've been communicating with for an official visit the day before an ID camp? Dear Oaks finds well. Saturday 10, I want to inquire. How should I ask if I've been communicating with an official? How should I ask coach if I've been communicating with the coach for the official visit? Okay, you cannot do that. So, great question. When asking the coach for the ID camp, time. Great question. You cannot ask for an official visit. The school must be the one to instigate and to ask you to come on an official visit. You can ask to meet with them on campus as an unofficial visit. Asking for an official visit comes off cocky and disrespectful. It got those signs well. I'm excited. But in an idea, I wonder if it's possible to briefly meet you the day before camp as I will be touring the school. Recommend something as a reminder. Safe. Perfect. Okay. When the 19th, yeah, did that one. As a freshman playing varsity, how can I start getting noticed by college or professional teams? Playing varsity does not help you, but that does mean you're maybe a good soccer player. So you need to make a highlight video and start emailing coaches. I'm a sophomore playing varsity soccer, but I want to play D1. ECNL MLS Next teams are too expensive. What should I do? You're going to need to go to ID camps big time, and you're going to need to make lots of video big time. How long is typical every touch video? About 2 to 3 minutes if you touch the ball about 20 times. And that's plenty. Okay, let's see here. Would you like a prior? Okay. What would be a good response for this email? Thank you for your interest in the university. We look forward to getting to know you and getting to see you play soon. Thank you for your kind words about our game against. In the meantime, if you could please complete the link, we would be delighted to learn more about you and consider recruitment. Also, if you would have interest in learning more about ID camps information, it can be found at blah blah. Look for great jobs, genuine email. They've recognized. Dear coach, thank you for your problems. I'm excited opportunity to learn. Please question. I look forward to sharing myself. I'm very interested in attending. Can I please confirm you're specifically looking for da da da? I appreciate it, but a freaking great email. Freaking AI, perfect. How can I make a good every touch video? Okay, I have a call in 5 minutes. I'm starting as center mid in freshman year and varsity team, but no one comes to record games. You have to get somebody. You have to pay somebody. You have to get mom or dad to do it. There are no excuses for not having video. What are the best type of highlight videos for a female goalkeeper? Shot stopping, number one. Then you got to show us your side volleys. That would be awesome. And catching the ball on corner kicks. That'd be great too. I scheduled a call for 6:30 and now it's 6 or 7. When should I text coach? Hey, that's a great question. Let me know just situation. A few moments reaching out. Coach can something behind. Okay. Let's see. Great job. We've gone 90 minutes. I've been 90 minutes live. Hello, ISRS Sunil. Hello, Blaine. Hello, Quentin. Hello, Robert Ganella. What's up, Robert Ganella? Okay, let's see. Coach asked me to apply to school on the second email. What should I do? Hey, Gary, this is pretty common. So here's what I suggest. Not now, even if you're not sure, I'd recommend go ahead and apply. Here's why. Very good answer. Perfect. Okay, let's see here. A coach emailed me this. Hey, Ray, thanks a lot for reaching out. I hope it starts school. Congrats on the honor roll. I'm glad you're interested in K. I graduated in room and special department. Would you be interested in camps? I know it requires some travel. Oh, what a great thing. Great job. It's definitely genuine email. Shows interest provided. Now let's give Krauts a follow-up email. Good, Kalamazoo. I was trying to. I want to follow up on a previous comment, potentially visiting Kalamazoo. I'm still very interested in both academic opportunities. Is it a good time in the near future for campus? That's the department. Okay. Great job. Here's the template you can use. You can respond. Would it be possible to visit campus on give exact times you are available. Do not ask what times. Okay, save. All right, very good. Because some of the section others are too expensive for me, I'm U15 by the way, what should I do? Then you have to go to ID camps. If you cannot go to MLS Next. I'm in 5th grade and I play USL. What are my chances of going to D1? I would need to see video. Send me video, Sean Noldivine. Do you think I could send you one of my bio videos? Yeah, send it to the Discord. It's the link in the bio. Link in the bio. Okay, I have a call here in 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh. If I know the coach was at my showcase, should I change my template? Hope this finds well. I wanted to follow up. Past week, I believe you may have been there. I think for the start, I'd love to hear thoughts before I discuss how to program. Okay, close. Not quite. I hope this finds you well. As well, if I want to follow up, I believe may have been in my colleagues' kids. Right now, it seems to. Okay, very good. All right, here we go. Got to call.
Recording in progress.
How do you get better than Messi? Funny. Hello, Mr. Sampson. How are you? Oh, I think you're muted on your end over there, my friend. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. Now I got you. How's everyone doing?
Pretty good. Just got back from school.
All right. Well, thank you for taking the time to speak with me right away. Just before we get started, could I ask who found me first?
I found you on Instagram.
Awesome. And what did you tell your father about me?
I said, hey, this guy, CollegeSoccerGuy, he helps people get recruited. And I see these posts on Instagram where people are committing to different places.
That's good. I'm definitely trying to help people play college soccer. There was kind of a longer video I tried to make you guys watch before. Did you get a chance to see that?
The one where you said speed it up?
Yeah, and it had the price and everything.
I didn't get through it fully.
Okay, that's okay. Well, we'll talk about that today to see if we're still the right fit with everything. So if it's okay with you, I kind of want to talk about the goal for today. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
So the goal today is to figure out by the end of the call if we're the right fit. We got to find out by the end. So I want you guys to ask questions. I need to ask you some questions because if we can't figure out by the end of today, then we may not be able to work together. Deal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, I want to see if we're the right fit. So I've seen your video. I know your information. I know, what level you're playing. So I need to see if I can help you reach your goals. And then likewise, I'd like your father to interview me and you and go, is this guy any good at his job? You've seen me on social media, but maybe I'm a fake. So you guys should interview me to see if I'm the real deal. Sound like a plan?
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
Very good. So I have a couple questions for your son first. I just want to confirm a couple things. Right now, you're 2027, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if I were to ask you, how many phone calls have you had with college coaches at the Division III level? How many have you had so far?
0.
Have you texted with any coaches?
Yes.
Okay. Have those coaches invited you to some games this fall?
No games.
Okay. Tell me about the schools you're texting with.
So I started emailing Penn State Abington. I met them at a camp, and I emailed the coach after. This coach referred me to the head coach, and he was, yeah, I like what I've heard about you. I want to get in a call with you. Then a few days later, I emailed him back, and I haven't gotten a response since, and it's been probably a few months.
Okay. So we were texting with one, and then we haven't heard in a while.
Yes. And
Okay.
another one, I met USC Upstate. I met
USD
them at a,
Upstate. Uh-huh.
and he referred me to their camp, and he emailed me. Then I emailed him back, and no response.
Okay. Got it. Super helpful. And right now, if I were to ask this for your son, what is that you want my help with the most? What would you say that is?
Mostly the communication part, because whenever I get that communication, it seems to disappear. Like they're losing interest whenever they send it. Like whenever I send something back, I have no response.
Got it.
I kind of like
Keep going. Sorry. Keep going.
following up after ID camp.
Okay. Super helpful. Following up after ID camps, keeping the conversation going.
Yes.
From your father's perspective, what do you think your son needs the most help with?
Just in terms of the actual technical details of the athletic recruitment process, I'm very familiar with college admissions process as a school superintendent, but just not real engaged within the area of interest, which he has, which is soccer, to play at the next level. That's not my area of expertise. If he was just trying for a traditional role as a student within the school's post-secondary space, certainly there are resources that I have at my availability to help. But to meet his specific goals and interests, this is where I'm open to considering something outside of that space.
Okay. Super, really helpful. Thank you for sharing that. Now, this is for your son. Why do you want to play college soccer? There's a lot of work. You're a bright kid. You have a father, obviously. And one thing I was going to reiterate, would you guys both agree with me that academics always come first?
Yes.
So because of that, there's an argument, quit soccer and just, focus on school. Why do you, this is for your son first, and then why do you want to play college soccer?
My ultimate goal for soccer is just I want to get to the best player that I can be, like at my highest skill level. And I feel like that is D1. So I want to get there, and I want to play college soccer because I hear from a lot of people that the team, college soccer is some of the best 4 years of your life. And the competition, the ups and downs, I want to be a part of that.
And if I asked your father kind of the same question, why would you like to see your son play college soccer? Obviously, maybe it's just his passion and you're just supporting him, but is there more than that?
No, it's his passion. I mean, if he wanted to be whatever, I'm here to support him in whatever he wants to do. If it was an academic pursuit, I would be seeking the same assistance for internships, fellowships, and things like that, which we work on outside of what we call our 4 dimensions. So we have 4 dimensions that we focus on in the classroom, outside of the classroom: leadership, on the pitch, and off of the pitch. And you represent one of those off the pitch areas. And whatever he wants to do, we need to be within those 4 dimensions. And I'm here to help him grow and develop however he deems necessary, not based on what I want for him.
Amazing. I hope you do a TED Talk one day. That was beautifully said. Okay, amazing. Really helpful. And right now, what I'd like to do is kind of give you my diagnosis of the piece of the dimension that's the off the field part. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
So when I look at students to see if they can work with me, I basically put them in 2 categories. I go category number 1, what do I think of their level? And then category number 2, what do I think college coaches will think of your level? And the reason that's different is, I looked at your son's Instagram. I looked at your son's highlight video. I'm getting to know you today. So I have a better picture. But when college coaches look at your son for the first time, as he can already tell through them doing the ghosting thing, they don't get that full picture. So I have to take both into account. Now, my goal is if they can see the picture that I see, then I think they can play at X level. I'll just tell you that today. Or maybe they're not. So your son mentioned, for example, that he wants to play Division I. So the first thing I want to tell you is his current package, his current video that he shared with me is not Division I level. So that's number one. Now, his ability, on the other hand, is flirting with Division I. I would say it's more in the category of top academic Division III on like paper, given the level he's playing, given the ability he has. He is also only a 2027, so there is definitely room to grow. But what I do want to say is his soccer ability I am impressed with. So when I look at his video, for example, you know who Lukaku is?
Yes.
Your son, does your father know who Lukaku is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So your son has Lukaku-esque, a college coach's dream, by the way, college coach's dream. So I'll just pause and say, to begin with, college coaches, have you ever seen the movie Moneyball?
Yes.
Okay, there's a scene in the movie Moneyball where the coaches are in the desk and they're judging whether or not a player is good based off their jawline, if their girlfriend's attractive, very stupid ways to judge somebody. But that's how some coaches do it. Your son looks the part. Okay, this looks like a very high-level player, just the way he looks. So coaches will like that. Okay, that's number one. I'm 5'6". I was kind of the opposite. They were not looking for me. But having said that, now they want to see your son's ability. So here's kind of the problem. First of all, you can't send this to any coach. I had to download this video. They will never watch your video. So that's number one. From a format, that's a problem. Second thing is the fact that you showed me your first clip as a nutmeg tells me that you're a cocky kid, which is not true because I'm talking to you on the phone today, but that's what college coaches are going to think. What you should be showing me is the fact that you're scoring a bunch of goals with your left foot that you're very good at, including you have a bunch of them in here. Your iPhone footage, like this moment right here, actually, even though this is not a goal, this is really high level, this moment here. The way you received it, you look like Yamin Lamal combined with Lukaku. This is good. This is so I would move this up. But also when you come to your goals, like I have to wait a while before I see it, and this footage I can't use because it's an iPhone. So I can use it, but just not on your highlight video. So my point is to say, my first diagnosis is you're not going to get recruited to play Division I with that. Okay, that's number one. Number two, though, is you are a good player. And if we fix it, I think you can play at a high level of Division III. When it comes to Division I, if you're not playing MLS Next or ECNL, even with my help, that's very difficult. That's just statistically how it goes. Now, your son has good grades. Your father is in the academic world. At the end of the day, we want your son to be happy. You can still play Division I soccer, even if you don't play MLS Next or ECNL, but you would have to be talking to Division III schools in a very aggressive way before June 15th. So if you're going to have any chance of playing Division I, you need, like you told me you've texted with 2 schools, both of which have ghosted you. I need it to be way better than that before June 15th. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay. Does that make sense to your father too?
Yeah, I confirm. I'm going to let my wife in the house.
No worries. No worries. So in saying that, I want to show you, and I'll show your father too, what it looks like, at least to work with me, to see if it's something you guys want. Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you. No problem. While we're waiting for him, do you have any soccer games coming up?
Soccer what?
Do you have a game this weekend?
I do.
Cool. How many games?
2.
Okay. So like you're probably going to score. So I need some every touch videos out of you, which is why I wanted to show your father. So if we're going to work with me and you want to achieve his goals of playing Division I, or frankly, we'll talk about Division I, but like I want him to be happy. So a good coach that plays him. If that's Division I, great. If it's a top academic D3, great. What's your current GPA? 3.7, 3.9? Okay, good. This is very good. Very good. Very good. And and your father's handling the academic side with you, which is great. So the first thing is I got to fix your video. You cannot have one video look like this. That will not work. So you need a whole new highlight video. That's number one. Number two, you're going to need every touch videos. Have you heard of that term before?
I haven't.
Okay, basically, I'm going to take a game where your son plays really well, and I'm going to cut every time he touches the ball. So it won't be the whole game, but it'll be the whole game shrunk to like 2 to 3 minutes. Coaches do not want highlight videos anymore. Once you have one, they want what are called every touch videos. Then a year from now, we'll make a new highlight video. But they need what are called every touch videos. So your son, if he wants to play Division I, he's going to need, before June 15th, 7 to 8 more videos. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the next piece is this. I want him to email schools correctly, aggressively, so they don't ghost us. And that's a large part of my job. So he's going to get this system. This is a system that I built. And basically, it's connected to your own Gmail. So this is mine. We'll create one for your son. And we're going to click, he mentioned graphic design, and maybe a computer science-esque type of degree. He's young, so he may change his mind. But I'm going to give him a list of schools that have, this degree, of course. And then basically, I'm going to say, look, you need to email all these schools. And it's a lot of them. So I'll press select all. It's like 75 schools. He will click write genuine. He will add something genuine in each of these aspects. I will help him. Not for every school, but like this school is really good. This one is less good. It will be his own list, but I will help him figure that out. So if I were to do here, like, let's do actually just for fun. We'll go, I watched your team play last night, which he would have actually done, and I'll help him do that. I watched your team play last night, and I look forward to watching the rest of your season. It just has to be 1 to 2 sentences, but it has to be genuine. Then you're going to click save. As it's saving, what's going to happen is it's going to get saved to this coach at this school. And we can kind of do that we won't do it for every school, but we'll do it for 25 of his top schools. Then when we go to this, we're going to click write email. And if we go dear #coach #genuine, it will create the genuine thing we just said for every single coach. Does that make sense?
Kind of like a mail merge with.
Exactly. Like very few people know what that is. That's how I came up with the idea. It's from mail merge. And I made it obviously specific for college soccer only, but yes, it's exactly a mail merge. And on top of that, every time he doesn't get a response, it will be a reminder to make sure he responds. And on top of that, every time he gets an email, he will get it in his inbox, in his Gmail account, and it will automatically ask him to categorize it and say, is it genuine? Is it a mass email? Is it a text message? Like you already are texting with a school. Now we need to follow up with them because they're not responding. Maybe we need to leverage a different school against them because that school you're talking to, Abington, is a very good academic school. And maybe they told us about a camp. So you'd make a note of the camp, you'd press save. And then what it would do is it would tell you in your pipeline when every single camp you got invited to is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. This tool obviously makes our life better, but the other cool thing is this is an AI resource that I've connected. So if you ask it like, when is the ID camp for Vassar? It will know the answer. It will tell you when the camp is. If you said how many seniors are on Penn State, it will know the answer. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So it enables us to work like really quickly and stay organized because we're going to send hundreds of emails. The next thing is we got to pick camps. Now, your son is a good soccer player. If he goes to a Division I camp today, they're just going to say, we like you, potentially, if they do like him, but we need to see you at a showcase. And his club is not going to those showcases. So we can't really just go to an ID camp cold. We need to see if they're willing to break the rules because they're not allowed to talk to him and see if they really like him, which I think some of them will. And we need to say, I'm being recruited by Division III schools. I'm coming to your camp. So they actually watch him because they have an ID camp, they're really there to see 20 kids and everyone else is just paying for the camp. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So we want him to be one of those 20 kids. And then the last thing is an audit. So you've already sent some messages, correct, Anthony?
Yes.
So I need to fix those and figure out what he did. So I'm going to do an audit and figure out that situation. Now, where you live, I looked up your club and I looked up where you live. You guys don't have a ton of options around you. So you can't just drive somewhere. There's a famous player, Richards. He plays for Crystal Palace. He's from Alabama. And, he had to move to Texas in order to like move up the ladder. That's not going to be an option for us because I assume only because we love our family. Your father's, helping us academically. I don't want you to move, but we can't ignore that. We're just going to have to do more work than other kids. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Eventually, I'll back up. We're going to narrow down the list. Then the big things we got to figure out who likes. So the first part is who likes me? Do you like me? Do you like me? You know, you're kind of like selling yourself. Then later it's who do I like? And then finally, even though your son loves academics, if he doesn't like the coach, he will be miserable. So our job is to go, which coach does he love that also fits his academics? Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. So when I describe this to your son, this is for you. Does this scare you away? Are you like, oh, that's a lot of work?
To me or to him?
That's for your son. Sorry.
Yeah, that's for you, AJ. Call him AJ and call me Anthony.
Thank you. AJ. AJ, does that scare you?
No,
Not at all?
I think the website is really efficient.
Cool. That's what I like to hear. Yes, it is very efficient. And if your father knows mail merge, I think then he also appreciates the efficiencies. Anthony, does that make sense, the steps we need to take?
Totally. I'm a systems thinker.
Amazing. So have you guys heard of like NCSA before or not yet?
Yes.
Okay. So I bought NCSA. I would say 95% of the people I work with either know it or used it or have been tried to be sold by it. So I want to explain the difference. So before you are concerned about this price, because your father does your academic side, I can give a large discount. Otherwise, we help with that piece. In saying that, when it comes to NCSA, this is the difference. First of all, I'm going to edit all your videos for the rest of your life. And I mean literally the rest of your life. So even if you're in college and you wanted to transfer from Division 3 to Division 1, I will edit your videos. The AI system I just showed you, I'm the only one that has that. And the reason, I mean, I'm sure other people could build it besides that it costs money, but I'm the only one that sees the importance of sending emails from your own account. You cannot use NCSA. It will not work. And that's just statistically, you will get less responses. I need to talk to you every day. You'll see in the contract that if you don't meet with us every day in the first month, we will fire you. They don't do that. They're like, they'll meet with you twice a month and they just give you tips. I'm very specific. You're going to have assignments. All of our meetings are recorded. Your father, Anthony, will get the recordings. I need him to be in some of the meetings, so on and so forth. And then in 3 months from now, if we're not getting results, like you're not texting with college coaches, you're not getting on phone calls, you're not getting pre-reads. Do you know what a pre-read is?
No.
Okay, so this, your father will like this. Because your son's a college athlete, if a school really likes him, they will ask for his transcript and they will then submit the transcript to admissions and find out if your kid is taking the right classes and if he's doing well enough. And then if they like the answer, they will tell you how much money they'll give you before they even recruit you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And it's pretty backwards. You'd think they would give that opportunity to an academic, like a genius in math, but they don't. They give it to the athletes, which is because we live in America. So in saying that, they also, the biggest difference though, besides all of that, is they have a platform. And their whole thing is, if you are on our platform, you'll get recruited. Look, if you want to go to a small, tiny Christian school that's not even in the NCAA, yeah, then yes, it may work. But if you want to go to a top academic school, that platform will not work. And so for me, my whole system is we do the outreach. We make them come to our YouTube, to our Instagram. We need them to get to know your son as a human. Does that make sense?
Correct.
Cool. And I want them to get to know you too as a father. The fact that you care about education means your son's not likely to party, and then the coach can get fired, in 1 second if a kid misbehaves. So they're very mindful of who they work with. So in saying that, I want to show you what it looks like to work with me on a day-to-day. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So on a day-to-day, this is basically what it looks like to work with me. And one of the things we talked about at the beginning of the call is by today, we need to figure out, or almost by today, we need to figure out if we're the right fit because of the limited number of students I work with. And also I like to work with people who want to work with me. So the first thing is we're going to do one-on-one meetings with, you're going to get a coach, a CollegeSoccerGuy coach plus me. The reason there's two of us is I am trying to figure out what schools need a striker. I'm trying to figure out what coaches would like you, and I'm creating your list. So, and I change your list like every 3 months. You'll be like, here's a new list to schools. Here's the schools we have to follow up with. Here's the list of schools you need to send video to. Here's a different video you're going to send to these schools only based off of your level or based off of like if you play in a team 4-4-2, you could play as a 4-4-2 for sure, but there's a famous player you should look up. He's past your time, named Obafemi Martins. Played for Newcastle. He's just like you, from great left foot, striker. Anyways, he was really good in a 4-4-2 when he came to the MLS. He wasn't as good in a 4-5-1. You can do both, but there are going to be coaches who like you for their formation. So that's what I'm doing. Your coach is going to talk to you every day. What did the coach say to you? That coach will then refer to me and go, did they say the right thing? Are you doing it? And you'll meet your coach. And if you don't like your coach, then we don't have to work together. But it's important to me that you must talk to us every day, the first month. And you must meet with us in a Zoom meeting every week in the first month, because we have to fix your video, for example. I got to do a self-interview. I got to show you how to use the AI system. There's just a lot of steps we have to take. So the analogy I want to give you is you're a speedboat and you're awesome, right? You're going to win a bunch of races, but you're stuck on the beach and you've got holes in your boat. So I got to patch up the boat. Then I got to push it into the ocean. Then we got to go through the big waves. The first month is very aggressive. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Then you must talk to us every day on Discord. Do you guys know what Discord is?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So basically we've tried to do email in the past where like we'll put us all in an email chat, but your son's going to get, hundreds of emails for the next few years. It just doesn't work. So we give you an app and everything we do is through the app. Now we'll have access to all the emails he gets through the AI system, but he may say to us, hey, I got an email at 2 a.m, and he'll message my coach and we'll get back to it hopefully within the, 35 minutes to an hour. We try, within 24 hours for sure, because we need to be able to talk in one place. And also we might need to scroll back and go, what did the coach say, 2 days ago? Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. Then we are going to edit all of his videos. So that's my bigger issue for him. Like I said, this highlight video, you cannot give this to any top academic school. You cannot give this to anybody. And if you've sent some emails and haven't gotten responses, this is probably why. Now, this clip, I don't care that it's blurry. This is so good. This is just, I don't know how to describe it. I watch a lot of soccer. You have an instinct. Even though he doesn't score, this shows he's faster, stronger, and technical. I mean, that's just a dream. That's a Division I clip, that particular one.
Run it up.
Mhm.
Okay, I got it. That was a tap ODP, I remember.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So in saying that, I need to edit all of his videos. We also need to do game review. So like your son's a good soccer player, but he can get better. And I want him to meet with my coach and go through a game where we do like an hour of just talking about his movement. You should have checked in here. This is when you post. This is when you should have turned. This is when you should have scored. In fact, here's exercise to go do at home so you can get better. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And then the final piece is he's going to get a Google Drive. So his Google Drive will look like this, just so you can see basically what it looks like. When we're working with students, we want to make sure that like each part of the process is like accounted for. So you'll see here that when we do this, it's really important that we make a lot of video. So that way we can keep track of everything. So he's going to have lots of different videos for different schools, and every touch video is up the woo-ha. Then he's going to get this document. And this is kind of how we keep track of everything. Your father mentioned he's a systems guy. So every time we meet, it's going to get the date, and then it's going to say what he needs to do. You got to text with Brown. You got to call UCSB. You got to call Colgate. Then we're going to give you a recording of the meeting. So we meet, and this will be like a recording of our meeting. So that way you and your father know what we're doing, because I'm going to be talking to your son most of the time. But of course, we want your dad involved when he gets home from work. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So in saying that, this is kind of the last piece. For your son, AJ, why do you think you're a good fit to work with us? We don't work with very many kids. I like you as a person. I like you as a player. But why do you think you're a good fit to work with me?
I think I'm a good fit to work with you because I want to play Division I, and you have a system, you have your knowledge about this, more knowledge than I am, and you have a pathway.
And I appreciate that. So I understand why you want to work with me, because you think I'm good, which I'm very grateful for. But tell me about you. The college coach are going to ask you the same question. What about you is a person I should work with?
I'm dedicated. I feel like God has a path for me, and I just feel like soccer's in that path.
I love that. And from your father's perspective, why do you think AJ is a good fit to work with us?
I think AJ's a great guy, and I'm glad you asked him that question, because a lot of times when I ask him to expound or elaborate, he's very minimal in what he says. And what he doesn't realize is that when I interview people for a principalship or a directorship, that's always one of my closing questions. Why you over everyone else? So he's never there with me to know that level of detail of what I'm asking, why I'm asking, and where it leads to. Every job that he applies for, someone's going to ask you that question. Why you? And they're looking at the top 5 prospects in the country. And it's not going to be a tangible item, but perhaps something intangible that you share. So again, I just, from my wife is in the background listening, from our vantage point, we just want to make sure that we're doing all that we can to set him up for success. And whatever that looks like, we're vested, we're invested to make that commitment. The only thing that we desire to see are the metrics and the artifacts that show he's on the right pathway of progression.
Very well said. Very well said. So let's go over that metric aspect. So to work with me, this is what it looks like. So you guys saw the 15K, for example. That's if you want academic advisors and essays and everything, which you guys have that part of your dimension taken care of. So just from a college soccer perspective, this is the price to work with me. When we do this, we're a lifetime deal. So if your son, goodness forbid, needs to transfer or hates his coach or the coach gets fired, which happens about 15% of the time, we're with him forever. So that's number one. So we're not like sophomore, junior, senior. We're with him through college. So that's number one. Number two is regarding your tangible aspects. If in 3 months from now, he is not being genuinely recruited, I cannot promise an offer. It is illegal. I cannot guarantee a scholarship, for example. That would be like if a doctor guaranteed nothing bad would happen in surgery. You are going into surgery. But through my practice and through your son's grades, I believe that in 3 months from now, he will be texting with and having phone calls with Division III schools. And if he is not, then you will fire me or fire myself and you'll be refunded. The goal here is that he finds what he wants. And it's split up into 3 payments. So if after the first month you say, look, this was great, but we don't want your help anymore, then we can go our separate ways. But in order to get the full refund, we would need to be with you for the 3 months because we want it to work. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Okay. The last thing is with your son's grades, if he keeps them above a 3.5, which it's also in our contract, if his grades drop below a 3.5 or a GPA that you guys determine, we will no longer work with you because one, we want to make sure we can give you a better amount than our investment. And if he stays above a 3.5, we can basically guarantee, or we have a record of 98% of our students getting a minimum of 60,000 and up to 250 if they've got a 3.5. If he stays in the 3.7, 3.8 range, then we're looking at like 80,000 over the 4 years. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Okay. So here's the last piece. One of the things I mentioned was that by the end of today, we need to figure out if we're the right fit. Now, you're not allowed to work with me today. I need you and your family to talk about it. I know your wife is listening and I didn't get to ask her any questions, which I'm happy to still do. Having said that, though, I do have to have an answer in the next 24 hours. And that is because I don't work with very many students. And if we're going to assign you to your coach plus me, I need to know so I can keep your spot. Otherwise, I have to give the spot to somebody else. So my question for your father first, you're not allowed to work with me today. I need you to think about it with your family. But if you had to work with me today, are there any questions that come to mind?
If I had to work, no, I'm actually feeling pretty good. I probably have some more detailed questions, but I think there's some more internal things that you said that we really just need to look at each other in the eye and have an honest conversation about, because those are things that we've talked about internally as a family that we automatically know are deal breakers. And I'll just be candid. The fact that if he wants to go to a Division I program, if he's not playing in the MLS or MLS Next program, we're fooling ourselves, and it's kind of like the kids saying they want to go to an Ivy League school, but they can't make C's. So those things are from fake versus reality of what we need to address. And I think after we have a real heart-to-heart we'll be able to know exactly where we are and where we stand.
I
And,
appreciate that.
and we already know the information, and so I don't need to show my hand, but I just need to look him in the eye along with my wife, and that's it. Did you have any questions for my wife?
Yeah, that's what I was going to actually ask next is from what you've heard today, let's say we had to work together, kind of as I mentioned to your husband. Is there anything that comes to mind? I know you guys, I want you to look each other in the eye. I think what I've said is important, that MLS playing Division I is a lofty goal, but it's still one that I don't want to take away from your son yet. But also there's some very high level top academic Division IIIs that are very competitive that are on the card. So to your wife, I would just ask, are there any questions that come to mind?
Any questions that you have, baby?
No, I don't have any at this time. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. I really appreciate that. It was a pleasure talking to you all. I'm going to send over this email. You'll also get the recording of the Zoom in case you want to look at over again. And then all I ask is you let me know in 24 hours if this is something you want to work with. If you decide yes, in the email is a link and the contract. You'll see the contract. The contract says the following. If you don't show up to the meetings, you're fired. If your grades drop below 3.5, you're fired. If you don't get me more video within 3 months, which I think is a reasonable ask, then you're also fired because I cannot help you without video. And then finally, if in 3 months from now you're not being genuinely recruited by a school you want to go to, then you will fire me. Deal?
Deal. And
Okay.
we'll be refunded.
And you will be refunded. Correct. All right,
Got it.
everyone. It was a pleasure talking to you. I'll talk to you soon.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Likewise. Bye-bye.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. Sorry, I was calling you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, sorry, I was confused. I saw that you guys also might have booked later in the day. Is that maybe an accident? I saw another call for 3:45. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, let me see if I can call you again. That might work out better. Hi, everybody. I was just losing you. I was losing you on Zoom, so I thought this might be easier.
Hey, is that better?
Yes, much better. Hold on one second. Okay, perfect. I think that'll work. I can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, great. I was just saying I saw you guys booked another time this afternoon. Did I have that right? Or maybe I'm wrong.
You did. Sorry for the feedback. My wife, plane got delayed, so that's why we're trying to mitigate the time difference, I guess.
All good. No worries. Do you mind if I cancel the other one since I have you now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We can always, if we want to talk again with your wife, that's no problem. We can find a time for that. Awesome. Well, I'm excited to talk to everybody, especially your daughter. Thank you guys very much. Could I ask just who found me first?
It was my wife.
Awesome. Okay, cool. And what did your wife tell you guys about me?
She told us that you had seen
Okay, sorry. Talking to your dad's phone, if that's okay, Miss Zoe.
She had said that she found you guys on TikTok and Instagram.
Awesome. Perfect. And I know she found me on social media. Did she explain what it is I do?
She said, she didn't say much. She just said that you can ask questions about getting recruited.
Yes, definitely. That is part of my job to help you with that process. There was a longer video that kind of talked about some of my prices as well as what I do with kids your age. Did she get a chance to show you guys that? Okay, that's okay. I'll see if I can scare you. I might be able to scare you away myself then, and she can maybe scare you away later. In saying that, I want to ask your daughter and tell you guys kind of the goal for today. Is that okay? Okay, cool. So the first thing is by the end of today, I know on this recording I can send to your wife as well. I want to figure out if we're going to work together. So despite your daughter's age, we don't work with very many kids your daughter's age, but for the ones that have lofty goals and are exceptional for their age, we do have a plan for them. So that's number one. We got to see if we're the right fit. Number two is I want to see if I can scare you and your daughter and your wife away from playing college soccer entirely. Because if I can scare you away now, I imagine you're driving to soccer all the time. Maybe I can save you many, many, many trips if I can scare you away early on. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. And finally, if I'm not able to scare you away, then I got to see if we're the right fit. And I want you to interview me too and see if I'm the right fit for you guys. Sound like a deal? Okay, very good. So in saying that, I have a couple questions for your daughter first. For Zoe, you are in 7th grade, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And right now, Miss Zoe, why do you think you want to play college soccer?
I love playing the game and I love high competition.
Now, college soccer is very competitive, so you get to have your competitive lifestyle and everything else. Is there something specific about college soccer that you're excited about? Do you want to have good competition, or is that you want to be on a team? Is it both?
Competition wise, yes. And meeting new people and coaches along the way as well.
Awesome, very cool. And from your father's perspective, why do you think your daughter would enjoy playing college soccer?
Like you said, she's very competitive and has to drive to be one of the best or improve herself. And I mean, she's kind of taking a cue from us where us growing up, that was the next logical step.
Awesome.
And, higher education, everything like that.
Awesome. Very good. I love hearing the priority on education. Zoe, would you agree with your father that education comes first?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what we like to hear. Now, in saying that, given your age, do you know typically when, let me start here. Why do you think it's important to start this process at your age? Maybe you're too early. Why do you want, you mentioned in your Instagram you want to play at the pro level. Why do you think it's important to start this process as a 7th grader?
I think it's good to get my name out early, especially with getting picked up early as one of my goals. So yeah.
Well said. And from your father's perspective, why do you think it's important for her to start now?
Liked a little bit of your pre-face video that we watched. Me and my wife used to coach high school soccer, and we had kids that would come up to us as sophomores and juniors and be like, hey, I want to play college soccer somewhere. What do I need to do? And we small school where we were getting national soccer players, we were getting athletes that were very competitive and good, but we tried our best. It was one of those deals like we needed to start early and get your name out, get seen, be on the right clubs to get the coaching you needed. And yeah, we just kind of don't want to put her in that situation where we may have failed some kids because we didn't help them like we needed to.
Well said. Very well said. Okay, super helpful. Out of curiosity, have you attended any middle school ID camps?
I don't think I have yet.
Okay, no college. And then in regards to your invitation, which is very exciting, to the USID Center and everything, that is coming up. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And have they spoken to you? Well, let me actually back up and say this. You mentioned you want to play in the NWSL, which is very exciting. Do you know a player by the name of Stella Spitzer?
She sounds pretty familiar.
Okay.
Instagram.
Yeah, she is an Instagram person. So I worked with her and her father, and she's playing at the what's called basically the Y League, which allows you to keep your eligibility but pursue pro soccer as a girl. And she's a little bit older than you. She's about a year older than you. And this is when it starts if you want to play at that level, as you know. So that is to say, what I want to do is give you kind of my diagnosis of where I think you are right now. Is that okay?
Yes.
So your father and your mom clearly are good coaches. You, Zoe, are a good soccer player. And I'm not the only one to tell you that. You've got some other people who think that. Now, being a good soccer player, there's a lot of girls, a lot of boys too, but lots of girls who are good soccer players. So now what it's about is exposure. And based off of where I looked up where you lived, it's not exactly the place the most people look for a high-level soccer player. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So what we need to do is we need to take advantage of the fact that you are really good, but not many people know who you are. So your mom is doing a great job on her TikTok of recording you, and she's doing a good job putting it on her Instagram, but those are not professional videos. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. So step number one is this. You're a good soccer player. Your parents can help you get better. I can help you get better too. You have a private coach as well. You're playing at a high level of club soccer, but we need people to know who you are. And because you're so good, that's the truth. Because of your level, I want the college coaches to know you've been invited to this national invitation, like today. Does that make sense? So while they may not be able to respond in some cases, it doesn't mean they don't want to know about you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, my former college roommate is the coach of TCU, which is a top 10 program, and my former college coach is the coach of Florida State, the best women's program there is. And he is looking at your age. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So Stella Spitzer, for example, he's asked about her and everything like that. So, and he's not allowed to talk to them and he doesn't do any of that, but he knows that they're being recruited. So it is to say, my concern is that we haven't been to any middle school camps. No college coaches know who you are. And right now, if you sent them your current video, which I got to see, they will not be impressed because I watched every clip. They will watch one or two clips and see your mom's editing and go, we don't know what this is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And does that make sense to your dad too?
Yeah.
Okay. So the good news is, though, I know I sound kind of mean. The good news is your daughter's a high-level player, and she's the one we make exceptions for. She's the one where we say, look, there is value to her starting the process. If she was a low-level soccer girl, I'd be like, what are you doing? Wait a while. And then you won't be able to play D1 and be happy with what you can do. Your daughter, we're flirting with high-level soccer because girls soccer gets recruited scary. Have you heard of Thompson sisters?
No.
That's okay. So they were committed to Stanford in 8th grade. They both signed for Angel City FC. but when they were going into high school, and they were playing with the MLS Next boys at your age. So that's who we're competing with. It's very competitive. Yes, it's very competitive. So in saying that, I want to show you what I think you can see my Zoom still. Dad, you can keep driving. But I want to show you what we would do if we're working with you. Is that okay? It's also okay. This is what you should do even if you don't work with me. This is what you should still do either way. So the first thing is we're working with, we don't work with that many students your age and I don't want to work with the kids unless they're a high level. But here's an example of another girl. She is younger than you, a different position, but this is what her life is looking like at the minute. So she has all these documents and folders. The first thing is we have to make a bunch of video for you that are real. So we need what are called trace or VO or video from up above. And we need to make that a highlight video, a real highlight video. Your current videos are fine, but they're not a real highlight video. Does that make sense? Okay, so step one, we need a real video. Step two, we need what are called every touch videos. And for you specifically, I want an every touch video of you like once a month that we're sending out to the college coaches going, maybe you can't respond, but this is who I am. Let's keep us up to date. I'm going to be at your middle school camp. They may even, and we could discuss this, we never lie, but I want your daughter going to the 8th grade camps. She's not in 8th grade yet, but, we might say she was born on a certain date because I want her to go. I don't want to lie, but you get what I'm saying. Okay, so the next thing is, this is her folder. She's going to meet with us if you do it with me every single week. And I want to know her schedule Monday through Friday through Saturday through Sunday. I want to know what she's eating. I want to know what she's training. And this is why we don't work with many kids. Sometimes this scares them away. But I played pro soccer, and I expect your daughter to be on, and she already's on a schedule, I'm sure, because of you guys. That's very good. But I'm a certified nutritionist. I want to make sure she's, doing everything she can to be the best she can be. Next is to give her some exercise routines that I did to become a pro. She can do this on her own with her private coach still if she wants to, but this is not to make her better. That's your private coach's job. My job is to get her exposure. These exercises are timed. So if she can do the times under my time, then I know she's ready for MLS Next Boys or Division 1. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Yes. Then the next piece is I need to watch soccer games with her. So your club team, I don't think they do, but do they watch like footage with you guys?
Yeah, not yet.
Okay. So I want to watch your full games. And do you have a favorite player that you like to watch?
Not really. I kind of just watch whatever's on.
Okay. So who's a favorite team that you have? Casey Kern, good example. Now, would you say to me, what do you think, I'll ask your daughter, what do you think is the biggest difference between an amateur and a pro? Do you think it's technical, soccer IQ, or athleticism? What do you think is the biggest determination? Technical, soccer IQ, or athletic?
Technical.
It's very fair, but the answer is soccer IQ. Soccer IQ will always be the biggest difference. Anybody can kick a ball against the wall. Anybody can get faster. Anyone can get stronger. Soccer IQ has to be very developed, and you have to do that. Now, do you know how do you develop your soccer IQ? Watching games and watching your games. So we're going to watch Casey Kern, and then we're going to watch you, and we're going to compare you two back and forth so you can see how many times she takes a forward pass and how many touches she takes, so we can learn how to be a better soccer player. And if you talk, I'll have you talk to Stella's father at some point. And, one of the things that he really was grateful for is how much game video review they went over. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So that is then to say, as we're doing this process, what we want to do is create video. I'll show you real quick. We want to create video. I want to start emailing college coaches now. That is not an exaggeration. I want you going to camps, and I want to start working on your soccer IQ, your technical ability, all that stuff. And I want it to be happening now. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you this, Zoe. This is a lot of work. I'm going to make you send a lot of emails. I'm going to make you go over game footage. We're going to meet every single week the first month with you and your parents. Have I scared you away from wanting to do all this?
No.
Does it sound exciting?
Yep.
Okay, I like to hear that. And from your father's perspective, does it make sense, the steps that I think she needs to take?
Is that the road is right there?
Oh, yeah, sorry. This is video, emails, camps, Instagram, etc.
Yeah, and I just had a question, because there's a possibility that we're gonna be moving to Atlanta over the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the South is great for sports. Is it still a good area for fun community?
Yes, Atlanta's phenomenal. Phenomenal. That would actually help a lot, to be honest. If that's something you guys are open to, that would be great. Which is then to say, right now, I want to ask your daughter, Zoe. Zoe, why do you think you're a good candidate to work with me? I don't work with very many students. I do like people that are very passionate, but why do you think you're a good person to work with me?
I think I'm really coachable and I can pick up on things. And I'm open to things.
And from your father's perspective, why do you think your daughter's a good fit to work with us potentially?
She learns very quickly and is very adept at taking and challenging and overcoming it. So she's not afraid to put in the work and take criticism and advice from peers.
Okay, great. That's what I love to hear. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what it looks like to work with me, including the price, which might scare you away. And this is one thing we talked about at the beginning of the calls. We have to find out by today, tomorrow, if we're the right fit. And the reason is I don't work with very many students, and we need to see if you're somebody I can work with. Sound like a deal? Okay, cool. So basically, this is what it looks like to work with me. So I can show you this and have it be clear to you. So the first thing is this. When your daughter works with us, she's going to get assigned a coach. It's going to be a girls soccer player that plays Division I, okay, who wants to go pro. That's number one. You're also going to get me. So you're going to see both of us. I'm going to be texting you, but my job is I got to find out which camps your daughter can go to because of her age. I want her to break the rules a little bit. So I got to figure out which camp she goes to. I also have to figure out what schools I want her to email. It's a little bit, as she's a 7th grader, but I want her to say the right things to the Floridas of the world, to the Notre Dames, to those big schools. Wake Forest just beat the #1 school the other day. I want them to know who she is. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so you're going to get both of us. The next thing is we're going to talk on through an app called Discord. Have you guys heard of Discord before?
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to meet every week the first month. And if you're moving, we can find a better time to do it. But I think you mentioned that in the summer. But we also want to talk every day on Discord. And this is when we're going to fix her video. We're going to have to make a real video. We're going to start to pick out the schools. We're going to write some genuine aspects. We're going to fix her Instagram. We got to make her a Twitter page. We're going to basically, the analogy I want to give you is your daughter is like a boat and she's fast and she's a beautiful boat. She can maneuver well. She's got good feet. She's got good technique. She's got good IQ, but she's on the beach and nobody knows about it. And when a boat stays on the beach, it rots and nobody learns. And then other boats get picked. So I got to push her into the water. Now, once I push her into the water, the sharks are going to attack. The waves are going to get big. It's not easy. But once I push her through the big waves and through the shallow rocks, then we can start talking about how to respond to coaches. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to also edit all her videos forever. So you will give me the video that you will record with your iPhone, or if we have to invest in a nicer camera, like a VO or something, if your club has it. Like the footage she's going to get with the national camp, unless they tell you you're not allowed to record, Dad, you have to record that. You have to. You have to take a photo of her in her outfit. You have to. That I can't tell you how valuable that is. It's like a gold. It's really a big deal. It all has to be on video. Even like leading up to it, like a day in the life, got to be on video. Then we got to go through game video review. We have to create a schedule. I told you about nutrition. I want a workout program, which I know she's already doing. And I want, like I told you, the technical part. And then you guys saw the Google Drive. So every time we meet, this is like the student that we're working with now. Every time we meet, we're going to talk about what she needs to do, and it's going to be recorded, the meeting. And when it's recorded, she's then going to go over what we need to do with so-and-so. Does that make sense? Like it will be like here, in this case, we met on 9/6. So now she's got to record the meeting on what we did, and here's the thing she needs to do for next time. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. So that basically says this. So basically to work with me, this is what it looks like. I'm a lifetime deal. So I'm with your daughter until she graduates college, like past college. So to work with me, this is the price. It's $8. We're with her forever. We're with her unlimited meetings and everything else. In 3 months from now, which is technically an extreme goal, but this is what I'm saying. I expect her in 3 months from now for Division III schools to be responding to her. Because of which is aggressive, and most people say crazy, and I'm also going to tell you, if in 3 months from now that's not happening, then I'll refund it. And I'll say, look, I was wrong. I was extra aggressive and I was wrong. And that's okay. But I'm willing to do that risk because that's what I would like to be happening with her. And then that is the last thing to say is this. If she keeps her grades up, Zoe, do you have A's and B's or just A's?
A's.
Very good. If she can stay within the A's and B's, so that's like a 3.8 and above, then we pretty much can guarantee we're going to get her $100,000 of athletic/academic scholarship.
That's good.
Yep, that's a nice bonus. And so, look, when we charge a fee, of course, but we want the fee to largely be outweighed by the value. And the other thing that we can't measure is we want to make sure, in her case especially, we want to make sure that she's happy. So even if she ends up at Florida but doesn't like the coach, that defeats the purpose. And I can't put a price on her happiness. And so that's why we're going to actually, the reason we're doing this, as much as it is for her to get recruited, we're actually doing it so we can make sure she finds the right place for her. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So here's the last thing. You're not allowed to work with me today. I need you to talk to your mom. I want you to talk to your family. You're driving. This is recorded, but because of the audio stuff, it may not be perfect. So if we need to ask me some questions for your mom, that's okay. This was all in the video I sent before as well. So what we do have to do, though, is we must decide by tomorrow if you want to work with me. So then I need to ask your father really quickly. Let's say you had to work with me today just because I said so. Are there any questions that come to mind that I can answer for you?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, that's okay. Doesn't have to come this moment. Zoe, are there any questions you have for me if you had to work with me today?
No.
Okay.
Not right now.
Okay. Now, Zoe, when I explain all this to you, do you say to yourself, wow, this is the type of help I would really like? Or you're like, no, I can do this on my own?
This is definitely the help I need.
Okay, good answer. So for your father, I sent over an email with everything. There's a contract. The contract basically says that if in 3 months from now she's not being recruited by a D3 school, despite her age, I will refund it. If after the first month you don't want to work with us anymore, it's split up into 3 payments. If after the first month you go, this was super helpful, but we don't want to do it, we can just stop right there. Don't have to do anymore. And then finally, it will say that if you don't get me video of her in 3 months, then I will not work with you and I have to fire you. And if she doesn't show up to the meetings when she says she would, then I will also have to fire you guys. Deal?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. It was a pleasure talking to you all. If you have any questions, let me know. I just have to have an answer by tomorrow.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then if my wife has any questions, can she email you or?
Yeah, absolutely. I texted you my cell phone, and she can absolutely email me. I would love for her to do so. I think I sent it to, let me just double check. I have Casey Todd. Is that, your wife?
Correct.
Okay, cool. I emailed it to her and to your daughter, so you guys both have it.
Cool.
All right, everyone. It was so nice talking to you, Zoe. It was a real pleasure. I know I was a little mean today, but it's only to say that you have a lot of potential, Zoe, and it's very exciting to see. And if I didn't scare you away, then I know you're the right person to work with us.
Great.
Okay. See you guys.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Recording in progress.
Another meeting. Back to back to back to back to back to back to back meetings. So many meetings. If you guys are listening, thanks for listening. Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay?
Hello?
Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, can you see me?
Yes, I can see you. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you, Giora. I'm sorry I had to make you reschedule. I really appreciate it. So you guys got a chance to see the video?
Yeah, hold on. Let me go to my mom right now.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Ikaw, we ko sa.
Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Mom, did your son show you that video?
Yes.
Okay. Did I scare you away yet from wanting to work with me or not yet?
So I don't know yet. I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay. Good.
That is what he says.
Okay, good. If it's okay, then today's goal is to figure out if we're the right fit. You guys saw the video, you saw the price. Gior, you guys kind of saw what I do, right? How I fix your videos and the AI system.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So the question is here, I want to answer your guys' questions. I want to make sure that I can help you. And let me know if you can still hear me. No worries.
Hello?
Yeah, I got you back. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Perfect. So I want to answer your guys' questions, and I also want to see if we're the right fit. I'm not able to help everybody, so I have a couple questions for your son, but I also have questions. I want you guys to ask me some questions, and that by the end of today's call, we do need to figure out if we're going to work together, because I have other students who want to work with us, and also I don't work with very many. So we just have to see if we're the right fit. Is that a deal?
Yeah.
Okay. So Gior, I have a couple questions for you first.
Yeah.
My first one being, can you confirm your grad year for me?
2026.
Perfect. That's what I have. And right now, how many college coaches have you had phone calls with?
I haven't had phone calls with college coaches, but I had one email me.
Okay.
Well, I emailed St. Mary's College.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I emailed the head coach of St. Mary's. He responded to me like 4 days ago. And then I emailed him back again, but I haven't gotten an answer since then. But that's like about it.
Now, what is your GPA right now?
3.0.
3.0. Okay. And is that a cumulative from freshman, sophomore, junior?
No, that's just junior year right now.
What's your cumulative GPA?
Like combined?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably like a 3.1, 3.2.
Okay, good. Good. I can't work with you if it's below a 3.0. That's why I'm asking. Okay, good.
Okay.
That's good. Now, in saying that, you've had one email, we'll call it one email, that has since ghosted you. So you haven't had any phone calls. Nobody's texted with you. Has anybody invited on bringing you to a game this fall?
Bringing me to a game?
Yeah. So one thing that will happen is the coaches, when they really like you, they'll say, come to a game this fall and sleep over and meet us. But that hasn't happened yet, right?
No, the St. Mary's coach, he asked about my schedule. When he answered back, he asked about my future schedule, so that he could come watch my game.
Okay, good.
But,
now, right now you're playing NPL Pro and UPSL with Marin. Is that right?
Yeah, Marine FC, yeah.
Okay, Marine. And I know Marine pretty well. I'm from the SoCal area. I know you're a little bit farther north, but I know California pretty well. Now, in saying that, right now, what do you think? Actually, let me back up. Right now, if you were to work with me tomorrow, what questions do you and your mom have for me right this minute?
Can NPL does NPL have a chance of like getting into a D1 school?
The short answer is no.
So would it have to be like ECNL or MLS Next?
Correct.
Yeah. So my goal next year for my senior year, I'm going to try out for like MLS Next teams. So that's what my goal is for next year. But let's say for right now, then should I be emailing D3, D2 schools?
Yes.
Should I still email D1 schools or should I just like not do it at all?
Your current video, I would not send to anybody. It is not okay. It is not ready to be sent out.
Okay.
Good question. Mom, do you have any questions in terms of what it looks like to work with me? Because you guys saw the video, so you know what I do.
Yeah, my concern is about the guarantee. What is the next step? Here's my son coming, planning to go to college. This is my first son coming to college. So for me, my concern is about what is the next step for his life after playing football, like, I don't know, for 4 years for a college. What is the next step for his life?
Good question. He needs to probably will have to get a job. And this is why college is so important.
When, on what?
This is something that he will have to explore while he's in college. My job is just to help him play college soccer. We do want them to get an internship. We do want them to know what he wants to study. But my job is just to help him get into college so he can also play college soccer. Now, you're right, though. I definitely want him to get what is going to happen next. He's a good soccer player. I like his video. He's good. But even if he becomes a pro, I played pro soccer, for example. I made $900 a month and I lived in a closet. I went and got my master's degree. So that way I could still get my education. And now I do this. I help kids play college soccer, and it's because of my education. So we want your son to have the college coach say to your son, we love you so much. Our school is so good. We're going to help you get a job after college. And that is super important to us. So I'm really glad you asked the question because most people don't. But soccer is only for a short time. We need him to make sure that the college he goes to says, hey, what are you doing in the summer? Are you getting an internship? Because he wants to study business. If you leave with your 4-year degree in business, you're not going to get a job. You have to work in the summer. You have to apply for jobs. Our job at this point is just to help to get him into the school. Once he's in the school, we can also help him get an internship and those things. But our job is soccer specific for now.
I understand that, but the thing is, for him, it's just soccer. Like soccer, like as a career for the whole life. But I don't know. I know even the soccer professional, unless you're big like Messi or Cristiano, you have enough money to live for your whole life. But at a certain point, you have to have another, thing. You have to have option B. What is the option B in life? Imagine you're playing soccer like for 4 years in college, you're good, and then you have an accident. What happens next? You have an accident, and then your leg's broken. You cannot play football anymore. You cannot play soccer anymore. What happened? What is the next step?
So this is why we want him to go to school.
Yeah, when they at school for playing soccer, like he wants to do, at the same time, does he able to learn something else? Does he able to go to academic college? I don't know.
Okay, so let me back up. Hold on. Let me back up. Right now, there's only, if he's going to college soccer, you are a student first. You're an athlete second. So the only way he can play college is if he is a student. So he has to go to school. The difference in America, since he's your first son, I was the first of my family to go to college here too, and my parents are not from here. So when you go to college, the reason that soccer is special in America is because of his soccer, he could go to a better college for school. That's what's special about America. So for him, his future, when he graduates, he's got a couple options. He can get a job right away. He can go to school and not play soccer and just go to school, or he can go to school and they have a soccer team, and he can do both. Beauty is if you're on a soccer team, he may not, with his grades, for example, he's not going to be able to go to every school in the country. Like St. Mary's, don't have the GPA for St. Mary's, for example. He'd have to have higher grades for that school. But if they really like him for soccer, it is possible that he could still get into the school. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay, yeah.
So soccer is, and to your mom's point, education for me is what matters the most. I went pro. All I care about is your son going to school. But the beautiful part is because he happens to be good, it is possible that he now can get money by the school. It's also possible he could get admitted because of helping with soccer. But I'll be the first to tell you too, from your video, you're a very good player. You might be Division I, but if you join MLS next year, it's still going to be basically too late for most Division I schools. If you're going to play college soccer, it's going to be Division III or it's going to be Division II.
So wait, I was also thinking of like, because I play for Marine FC right now, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm thinking about like leaving the team and try to joining a ECNL MLS team for the next like 2-3 months. So let's say I do that, would it still be too late to get into D1?
I'll tell you this, for Division I schools, you have to be seen at a showcase. In order to get seen at a showcase, they need to know who you are before. So you're gonna have to send them emails correctly. You're gonna have to send them video correctly. And as you saw in the video with me, that's what I help you do. I help you get noticed by the Division I schools. But for your son, this just to be clear for your mom, if your son wants to go to the best academic school, the Division IIIs are better at academics than many of the Division Is. Does that make sense? There's 3 divisions. There's Division I, Division II, and Division III. They're all amazing. They're really all so good. But the best soccer is Division I, the second best is Division II, and the third best is Division III. But they're all very good. Your son is excited. He's a good soccer player. But right now, with his current package, to show you his video, for example, if you set coach, first of all, we have to get rid of he's screen recording his iPhone, which is not a big deal, but it's a little thing. He can't have like all of this. It's not professional. Also, at the beginning of his video, it doesn't tell us how old he is. It doesn't tell us his grades. It doesn't tell us his position. Now, that's a problem. However, take that away for a second. Your son's good. And if I look at his video, I'm looking at his moves and his dribbling, and I say he's a Division II, Division III soccer player. Division I won't say is out of the question, but if you're Gio, if you say to me, I only want to play Division I, and otherwise I don't want to play college soccer, don't work with me. I don't think that's clear. If you want to play college soccer and you're open to Division III and Division II and Division I, then I think I can help you play college soccer.
Okay. I have another question actually. Oh, it's not a question, it's actually like a statement kind of. My team, problem is I could have like more clips, like maybe some could see better clips, but like my team has a problem where we don't record our games a lot. Like the games.
Okay, let me pause you. College coaches don't care about your excuses. Mom has to record. You have to get a camera. There's no excuse. So from now on, you have to record the games. Somebody has to record them.
Yeah. I've been trying to get like, well, so do you think, like, does it matter if it's like on a VO or on an iPhone? Does it really matter?
It's better if it's VO, but if you don't have VO, use your iPhone. Just no more screen recording. We got to have it from the actual video itself.
Okay.
Now screen recording is okay, but you edited it poorly, so I can tell you screen recorded it. There's obviously systems I can help you with to fix that. But the big thing for your son, and this is important for your mom, I charge a fee. Do you guys see my fee? In addition to my fee, your son's going to have to go to camps. That's another fee. And the coaches can't pay for that. He's going to have to play club soccer. He's going to have to play in showcases. So my job is to give him the best chance to play at his dream school so he can get a big scholarship, so he can love it and be happy. And so to your point, if he gets injured in college, they cannot cut him from the school. Once he's in the school forever. But he's got to get into the school. Does that make sense?
Yes.
With his current grades, there are schools he can get into. without soccer, but he's teetering. He might have to go to junior college, which is cheaper, but once you go to junior college, it's harder to get a job one day because it's a little bit lesser of a school. Does that make sense? So he's got to get A's and B's. No more C's, no more D's.
You hear that?
Does that make sense, Jor?
Yeah.
Okay. You got to be A's and B's only. Now you can get all B's if school's hard, but no more C's and no more D's. You will not be able to play college soccer. Okay. So then the next question is, go ahead, Jor.
Yeah, isn't it 3.0 like a B minus?
It is, and it's not perfect. You're not going to get a lot of scholarship with 3.0. That
So
makes sense.
it'd be like between a 3.3 to 3 point, like what, to 4.0, I guess?
3.5 to 3.3, I could basically get you $20,000 if you have that scholarship, if you have that GPA.
Okay.
So you want a 3.3 to 3.5, and then we can get him real money, money that would pay for a big part of his school. But 3.0, it's still possible, but it's difficult. So the question I think I have for your mom is, does it make sense what I do? Does it make sense how I help kids?
Yeah, definitely. And then sure, you give me a lot of thing to think now, because I told him you have to work at school. It's not only soccer, but you have to work well, and you have to have a good GPA to be able to play for college. But he never listened to me. He thought life it's only playing soccer, and then that's it. I told him, if you want to play soccer for a college, you have to have a good GPA. This is how I know. But teenager, they think they know everything. Still, I'm not. I'm foreign from this country, so he thinks he knows everything. But I know what I know.
So Gior, does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Now, Gior, here's a question. Why do you want my help?
Why do I want your help? Well, I was watching your videos, and I've seen you on TikTok before, like way before, and like Instagram reels, and like I've seen that you've been helping kids a lot, and like kids have been getting like into their dream schools because of you. So at first I was thinking about it. Then there's about 3 of my friends that you've helped, and they recommended me you. And so I was like, and I was already thinking about it. So I was like, yeah, that's probably the deal. So
okay. Now, for your mom, does it make sense the steps we need to take? I'll show you one more time for your son. This is what he needs to do if he's going to work with me. And we have to figure out today if that's what we're going to do. So the first thing is this. When we're working with somebody like your son, I think he's a good soccer player, okay? And we can help you switch club teams. That's part of our job. If you're going to try out for an MLS Next team, you got to make a highlight video. You got to send him an email. It's the same process. So the first thing is we got to fix your son's video. This video is not okay. Now, there's 2 different things. Your son's a good soccer player, okay? So that part I don't have to fix, which is good because I wouldn't be able to fix that in a day. I can fix his video in 10 minutes. That's not that difficult. The other thing is he needs more video. Right now, I only have this. I'm going to need a lot more. So I will edit all the videos for him. Gior, all you have to do is send me the videos from your iPhone or from your high school's games, and I will edit them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we need your son to send a lot of emails to Division III and Division II schools first because of his GPA and because of his club level. Now, your son is the level. Okay, there's a Division III school that would love your son, I think, and would give him a lot of money. But we don't know who they are. And right now, he's only emailed one Division I school that, frankly, it's not realistic for him to go to that school today, in my opinion. But if you get interest from other schools, Gior, then we can go back to them and he asked for your schedule. I can tell you right now, he's not coming to any of your games. You don't play MLS Next, he's not coming. So the only way to get interest from him is if you call him one day and say, I have 5 Division III offers and 5 Division II offers. Here's my new video. Then he might really pay attention. Does that make sense?
okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So then what we're going to do is we're going to pick Division III. We're going to pick a major. We're not sure, Gior, what you want to study yet. You said business. So we'll pick business. Then we're going to email all of these schools that I'm going to give him. I'll give him a big list. I'm going to press select all. Now, here's the good news. With Division III, they can make your son an offer on video alone. You don't have to go to a camp. You don't have to do anything else other than send your video. Now, you have to send a lot of video, but that's nice. It's cheap. It's free. It's a good deal. With my system, I can send an email to 800 coaches by going
Mhm.
select all, write email, click dear, hashtag name, hashtag genuine. So I can add something genuine. And then I click preview and it will automatically enter in the coach's name for us. And then I'm going to tell him what to say. Right now, he's been writing the emails. And no offense to you, but like if your grammar's not right, if you don't say the right thing, they will not respond. So I'm going to tell you what to say. Imagine we're dating and you want to date the hottest girl in school. I need to tell you how to text them.
Okay.
Deal?
Yeah.
Okay. Then,
And my
yeah, go ahead,
one
please.
more question.
Mhm.
So, meaning it will be eligible for a full scholarship?
Good question. The short answer is no. He does not have the grades for a full scholarship, but it is not out of the question. If he's open to Division III and Division II, it's more likely. Division I, no, he will not get a full ride for Division I. But more money is in academics than in athletics. The most scholarship you get in athletics typically is $2,000 to $10,000. Academics, you could get $100,000. There's way more money in academics.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Now, you're first generation, correct, Yor?
What does that mean?
You'll be the first one
First
from
person
your...
going to college in US. Yes.
Yeah.
So there's
In
money
US.
also we can ask the government for and say, I'm a first generation, my parents are not from here, and some colleges will give him extra money for that. There's something called the Diversity Act. So, Gio, where are you guys from originally?
Haiti.
So, because you're from Haiti and you speak French,
Yes.
because you're from Haiti, the colleges want kids like your son. They want kids that are not white. They want kids that are different. So they will prioritize him and give him more money. But we have to find those schools that don't just come out of nowhere. That's my job. I got to go find those schools for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the deal. If you work with me, this is going to basically what it's going to look like. And this is up to you guys, obviously, as a family to see if we're the right fit. So the first thing we're going to do is your son is going to get a coach, plus me. He's going to be assigned a coach. He must meet with his coach every week for the first month, and that is non-negotiable. If you don't meet with the coach, Gior, we will not work with you because we need to talk to you and figure out what you want to study and we got to get you a job when you leave college. So we got to help you. Then you're going to talk to us on Discord. Mom, this is like an app. This is how your son's going to communicate. Now, Mom, we want you involved, but you're busy. You're working. This is your son's job. We're going to treat him like an adult. The next thing, Gior, you must give us video every month. We must have some type of video. I would say maybe every 2 months. We need some type of video every 2 months or so. So either you...
How long, like, should we, like a single clip or like...
No, full game.
Like 5 minutes worth?
No, full game. You got to send me the full game.
Okay.
Okay. Now, if you don't have the full game because of it's on your iPhone, then just give me everything you recorded on your iPhone, and that's fine.
All right.
Okay. Now, we're also going to go through game video. So your son's a center mid, probably attacking. He kind of reminds me of Patrick Vieira. That's a little bit past your day. Conte. You know who Conte is, your?
Yeah.
Okay. You've got a little...
I'm a Chelsea fan.
Perfect. Oh, perfect. So you got Conte, you got a little Enzo Martinez inside of you. So because of that, we need to go through the games, go through them, and make him better. We got to talk about what he should have done, where he should have passed it, where his movement was to make him get better. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Then he's going to get a Google Drive. This is where we keep track of all the stuff we're going to do. So in your case, this is basically what his Google Drive will look like. It's going to have a folder like this, and we're going to have all of the games that we're going to make for him. Then he's going to get this Google document, and this is how we're going to keep track of everything. So your son's going to get homework every single time we meet. You got to make it every touch. You got to give us video. So with this student on February, we were texting with coaches, calling with coaches, and then you're going to get a recording. It will be like a link, basically. It looks like this. It'll be like a video. You kind of saw the video like it, but basically it will look like this, where if I type in Ryan, every single recording I did with Ryan is here. So that way you can see what we talked about, and that way, Mom, you know what we're doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, good, because we want you to know what we're doing. And then the last thing is The scenario for your son is this. 1 second here. Okay. The scenario is this. When we're with your son, this is the price to work with us, which you guys, I think, saw in the video. And this is the deal. If in 3 months from now, he's not being recruited. Now, this is not an offer, right? I'm not guaranteeing an offer. I'm not allowed to guarantee an offer. It's against the rules. But recruited means, like he talked about St. Mary's, emailed him. That doesn't count. I'm talking about schools who want to have him on a visit, who want to have a phone call with him, who want to text him, who want more video. Those are genuinely recruited. Does that make sense?
Yes.
If in 3 months from now he's not being genuinely recruited, then I refund it. And I say, look, I thought your son was really good. I thought my system was really good. I think my coaches are really good, but I was wrong. And you shouldn't have to pay if I'm wrong. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
If after the first month you say, look, we don't want to do this anymore, you do the payments in 3 payments, 166, 166, 166. If after the first month you go, this was super helpful, but we don't want it anymore.
Oh, the 166 is each month.
Each month for 3 months. And then you never pay us again. But it's only for 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
If after the first month you say, look, it was great, but we don't want to work with you anymore, then we can stop it right there and go our separate ways. Does that make sense?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So here's the last thing. You're not allowed to work with me today because I need you to think about it as a family and talk it over. And Gior, I need you to be really serious. So my question to you, Gior, is why do you think you're a good fit to work with me?
Because I think you could help me get into college, and you could help me like push further, maybe past my potential and stuff. So.
And for your mom, why do you think your son's a good fit to work with me?
Yeah, I understand what you explain, and it looks realistic. But the thing is, I like when you say you want to see how serious he is. Yeah, I know he's serious about football, about the soccer. I mean, in French soccer, it's football. So,
of course.
yeah, I know it's good about, it's serious about soccer. But the thing, now I'm so happy you tell him, and I'm really regret that this is only this year or only now he knows that his score is important for him to play in football at college. I told him that. So he really, give up on his school only for soccer. But now you have to have.
And let me add one more thing.
So now I want to know how serious he is about his GPA now.
Yes, good point. And let me say one more thing. If his grades drop below a 3.0, you will not get a refund and you will be fired. Does that make sense to yours? So your parents will have spent the money, they will not get a refund, and we will not work with you. So the only way I'm going to work with you is if you keep your grades up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. I have to go, everybody, because I have another call
Yes,
I have
I'm
to
sorry.
do. No, it's okay. No sorries.
Yeah.
Here's the last thing. I have to have an answer from you, Gior, by tomorrow. If tomorrow you say you want to work with me, you're going to see a contract in the email you got. You click the contract, you make the first payment, and we get going. If you decide you don't want to work with me, just email me and say we don't want to, and then I will move on. But just let me know one way or another so I can keep track.
Tomorrow about what time?
You have until 3:16 tomorrow. 24 hours. Is that okay with you, Mom?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Perfect, everyone. It's nice talking to you.
Thank you.
You're
Bye.
welcome. Bye.
Recording in progress.
Any advice to play college soccer coming out of Canada? Book a call. Canadians are very complicated. We have a program for you. You have to go get the program. This is my first year of ECNL. This is November. I'm a sophomore with a bit above average grades. This is my first year of ECNL this November. Amazing. How exciting. Hello, Mr. Palermo. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, how you doing? I needed some assistance
No
from
problem. No problem. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thanks so much, everyone, for booking a call with me. I really appreciate it. Do you guys, could I just ask who found me first?
I did.
Amazing. And I think I've seen you on my lives before. Where is it that you found me?
Instagram.
Awesome. And what did you tell your father about me?
I just told him that you've helped a lot of people before, and I thought it'd be a good idea to try it out.
Cool. Awesome. And before we get going, and I tell you kind of the goal today, right now, there was a video I sent you guys before the call, which talked about the price and what it looks like to work with me. Did you guys get a chance to see that?
Yeah, I watched that first, just prior to what was our first scheduled meeting. So it's been a while.
Okay,
I'll
no
look
problem.
at it again. So I don't have the
No.
numbers fresh in my head.
No
but
worries.
I did look at your website and I did watch the video.
Thank you for doing that. I'll remind you today. It's just so that way I can hopefully scare you away now instead of later.
Yeah.
But in saying that, that is kind of the goal today. So for your son, we have 3 things we need to do. By the end of today, we have to figure out if we're going to work together because you have a timeline. And I also know that given the timeline, if I'm going to achieve my goal with you, we got to figure it out by today. That's number 1. Number 2, I need you guys to interview me to see if I'm the right fit. I need to interview you. And then lastly, I want to see if I can scare you away entirely so you don't even bother with this whole college soccer thing anymore. So you can just relax and dad doesn't have to drive anymore. Deal? Okay, perfect. So I just have a couple of things I want to confirm with your son first. Is that okay?
Sure.
Perfect. Can I just confirm this real quick, Mr. Nate? Right now, what is your, what, I have it here in front of me, so I just want to make sure it's correct. What is your grad year?
2027.
Okay, perfect. That's what I have. And your current GPA?
Right now, I think it's around a 3.5.
Okay, very good. And you're playing for Delco, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm very familiar with Delco. I've helped Delco, many players out of there before. And you're thinking about potentially studying law.
Yeah, that and yeah, that's a potential thing. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Very exciting. Now, in saying that, as of this moment, how many schools have you had phone calls with? It looks like 1. Which school was that?
Oh no, I didn't have a phone call with specific college. It was with NCSA, I think. It wasn't college, I don't think.
Okay, so have you talked to any Division III schools?
No.
Okay,
I
no.
haven't talked.
Has any of them talked about coming over for a visit in the fall?
Many emails. No, we haven't taken serious interest in looking at any of them yet.
Okay. Now, do the many emails feel genuine or do they feel generic?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of them. I mean, there's been a lot of generic ones, but there's also been some genuine ones too.
Okay. Now, how come you haven't taken a look at those?
Well, really, I really didn't know what to do with them, and that was just what I was hoping to have you do because I didn't really not know what to do with them, and yeah.
Okay, that's a good start. So that would bring me to the next question. What is it that you'd like my help with? We want to deal with the current emails. What else?
Like knowing what I need to do to help me out, to see where the best place I can go, stuff like that. Tell me like what ID camps I should go to so I don't waste my time, stuff like that.
Okay, very good. If I asked your father kind of the same question, what do you think your son needs the most help with? What would you say?
You mean from a recruiting standpoint?
Specifically recruiting for now, not necessarily soccer.
Yeah. Well, to be completely honest with you, he's my first, our oldest child. So this is our first time through this process. You know, he loves the game. He's been playing since he was 4.5, and I guess by most comparative level comparison, you know, he's doing well. He's started as a freshman at the high school level. He's a sophomore now, starting and playing. He's playing at a high level. What is it? NAL, MLS next B team, I guess. And he starts on that team. So, and he's been at that level for about 4 or 5 years.
It was ECNL.
It was ECNL before that, right? So, you know, he's in the game. He's competitive. He's, you know, and he, of course, I'm I'm partial because I'm his dad, but I think he's competitive with pretty much everybody at his age level, at the club level. A coach's opinion one year or the next, may lean one way or the other, but at the end of the day, he's developing, especially in the last year. He's really kicked in as far as puberty, his physical strength. He's grown a lot. He's building a muscle structure, his quickness and all that. It's all coming around. So, I just look at it like he's developing as an athlete and as a soccer player. And, I'm a little bit of an old fashioned guy, both my age and my mentality. And, I always use the mentality, the saying, the cream rises to the top, just keep taking care of the little things and the big things will take care of themselves. But I know that's not necessarily all true, or you wouldn't have the business that you do. That you do have to put yourself out there and you do have to be proactive. So, I want to make sure I'm giving him every opportunity to compete and to be, every opportunity to seize an opportunity. So that's why I'm listening to you, because that's what I want to do.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. And I understand kind of what you mentioned, like the things we need to work on with him from as you said, the cream can rise to the top, but America is just so large. If you're in a small little country, I lived in Sweden for 5 years playing pro. If you're really, really, really good, the country's so small, people hear about you. Here, you're really, really good. You're one of millions of little kids playing soccer. So it's just competitive. Now, in saying that, this is for your son. Why do you want to play college soccer? There's a lot of work. Why do we want to go through all this?
Because I want to play. I want to keep playing after high school, and yeah, I just know that's what I want to do. I want to play in college, and I think that's the level I can play at. So that's what I want to do.
And from your father's perspective, why would you like to see your son play college soccer?
I would only want him to play if that's what he wanted to do. And if that's what he wants to do, then I want him to have every opportunity and chance to do it.
Awesome. Super cool. Okay. Super helpful for me to understand and everything else. What I'd like to do is kind of give you my diagnosis on your current situation. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So basically what I want to say is this. Right now, as I see it with your son, it depends. Well, let me actually ask your son one question. What division would you like to play?
Division I.
Okay. Which is what you kind of put on your form. You mentioned like UCLA. I live right by. So I want to say this kindly, and I think your father, Palermo, I'm assuming there's some level of Italian in you. I'm not Italian, but my family identify with that mentality, maybe. Which is to say that your son is not even close to having the profile to play Division I college soccer. And I mean that in a loving way, because he is a pretty good soccer player, but his video is very outdated. It is not correctly formatted, and he hasn't spoken to any Division III schools. So on June 15th, when the Division I schools are supposed to be interested, not only will they not know who he is, if they did happen to know who he is, they would ask him how is the recruiting process, and he cannot tell them what he told me today. Does that make sense?
So you're saying his profile is not aligned with a Division I school being receptive to him?
I would say his profile is not aligned with a Division III school being receptive to him. He is way off the mark.
Okay.
Now,
But
let's take the second part. Hi, Mom.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us. The second part is that as a soccer player, which is kind of to your point about cream rising to the crop, from the video I saw, which I think you both would admit is outdated, he might be able to play.
Yeah, I didn't really make.
I haven't seen his video. Did you make a video?
I really didn't. I was from like 2 years ago. That's all I had. He on the form it said just post what you had. So that's
Correct. With no video, I can't help. So I needed something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's not something I would put anyway.
No, and that's okay. So it's good. But it is to say this. It's important that he obviously makes a great video. because otherwise we can't get recruited. And his video might be better because he's a better soccer player today. But what's important is right now where he stands, this is just me being transparent, he's not on track to play college soccer, in my opinion.
So can I'm the mom.
Hi, Mom.
I'm Italian, 100%.
Okay.
I love soccer.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see if I heard that correctly. So it's more like a marketing branding issue in order to, it's like having a resume. How good is the resume look in order to get a job where your competition is Ivy League? Is that what we're talking about?
Very similar, yes. Your son looks to be, if this is his video in 8th grade, I can only assume he's improved, and he's a good soccer player. Like, he looks to be very good. But his package, as you guys are discussing it, is not acceptable for college coaches.
So what are they looking for?
Good question. That is my job to kind of know that answer. And I can show you some examples of some students now, but just before I do, your husband or your dad wanted to jump in. I just wanted to hear what you had to say too.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Was there another point?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
Yeah.
to that end, this is basically when we're working with students and your son wants to play Division I. Now, my job is to help you play at the right school. I played Division I soccer myself. I got a full ride to do so. I've helped players play at Duke, Harvard. Some of them are really happy. Some of them are going, after playing at the school, they're going, well, I wish I had found a better coach, if that's what they wanted. Now, that's my job to make sure they're happy. In saying that, your son wants to play Division I. We know that statistically speaking, about 80% of the high school kids that are not transfers play MLS next. Given his age, he's in an environment where with Delco, it's, he's in the right pipeline, which is great. But if you want to play D1, you have to be further along in the process. So take away his package. I'm just talking about where he is. He hasn't spoken to any Division III schools. He has no genuine interest, and nobody's invited him. The kid that we committed to Duke, who's a 2026, so a year older than him, he's done. He's committed. So he committed on June 17th of his sophomore year. He was talking to, 10 Division III schools, and all the Division schools knew who he was because they were watching video for literally 2 years. So that is what we need to catch up your son to in the next 3 to 6 months. Does that make sense?
So it's not I got it. It's not like, I don't want to say this wrong, but so it's as much as a presentation, as much as how good the dish is. Is that what I'm talking about?
Yes. So like your son's a good soccer player. If I could make every single coach sit down in a chair and watch him play a 90-minute game at the Division I level, I think probably 40 to 60% would be like, yeah, I'd like to know more about them and I'd like to watch them again. And I might even make them an offer, but I'm never going to get 100% of coaches to sit down in a chair and watch your son for 90 minutes. What I can do is I can increase those odds by better video, better emails, getting interest from other divisions to then leverage. That is kind of what he needs to do, in my opinion. Does that make sense?
It's like having an agent, basically.
Yeah, very true. We stay away from the word agent because it's illegal to have an agent. Like I can never call a coach, but you're correct. Ultimately, you are spot on.
Somebody that represents you, that can present you, okay? It can get you in front of the right people, basically.
You are exactly correct. And I will never call anybody for your son. I can't do that. It's illegal. Sure. But I will do my workaround, which is, hey, you need a really good video. This is exactly, it's like you're dating a girl. This is exactly what you're going to tell her. These are the gifts you're going to give her. This is her love language. That's my job. Does that make sense?
Yes. And what is his job, most importantly?
Your son's job. Your son's job is to play soccer well, of course, but the main thing is for him to listen to, in short, is to listen to what I say. I need him to get me his video. I need him to do what's called a self-interview, which I can show you here in a minute. I need him to make sure when I tell him to email the schools, he does it the way I say. And then he's got to tell us that what responses. Like he already told me he's got a bunch of Division III schools. He doesn't know what he's done with. If they don't get a response in 3 to 4 days, you've lost them basically forever. Now, my job is to bring them back to life, but he needs to make sure that he is on top of it. If they don't respond in 3 to 4 days, then you usually lose them. Okay. Like fishing, kind of. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, he also has to get better at soccer, and we can do that as well. So to that end, if it's okay, I've been aggressive here, Mr. Nathan. This is your life, and your parents are clearly here to support you. Part of my job, as I said, is to scare you away. So what I want to do is I want to show you, to your mom's question, what I think you need to do if you want to make up ground. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what that looks like. You got to have a real video. This video is not, this is the highlight video I'll show you. Your video is not acceptable at this moment. Now, I know you had to give me something. So look, if you didn't give me video, I wouldn't talk to you. I can see here, because I watched the whole video, that you're a good soccer player, that you have good technique, you've got good soccer IQ. I see you playing, maybe as a defensive midfielder at the college level, maybe you even as a right back for some schools. You're a good soccer player. Like, there's a good touch, great composure, good soccer IQ, but you can't send this to a coach. They'll never watch it. So that's number one. We got to fix your video. Number two, you got to email and deal with the schools you've already emailed. So this is a system that I will give you. It's basically, I think it's magic because it took me a long time to build. But basically, you'll get this email platform, and every time you receive an email, it's going to ask you, what kind of email was it? Was it a generic email? Was it genuine? Was it a follow-up? Did they request a phone call? Do they want to visit, a text, etc.? And every time you do it, you'll select the school, and then it will automatically save it in what's called a pipeline, so we know if it was a genuine email. It will also save every camp you get invited to. So down here, here's every camp you were invited to, and whether it was a genuine invite or a generic invite, and whether or not we should go. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we got to keep track of that. Then we do need to email some schools. You mentioned law potentially. So we'll pick a major that you want. We'll pick right now, we have to focus on Division III just because of where you are, given your age. But also, if you want a Division I school, you have to have interest from Division IIIs. When they call you on June 15th, you can't say, nope, you're the first school I've ever spoken to. And also, as a human, I need you to be able to communicate like your mother has been with me. That's super helpful. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So then that brings us to this. We've got the Division III schools. We press select all. We click write email. We go dear, #coach, #genuine. It will automatically help us create something genuine to say to each coach, and it will automatically insert their first name. So there's Kirkland, McNeil. It will automatically do it for all these coaches. So we'll be able to send your email very quickly to a lot of schools. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Then the next piece is we got to pick the ID camps, which ones we're going to go to. And the audit is you're already doing things, right? You're already sending emails. You may have not sent it the right way. Maybe you sent a great email and they need a response. I need to tell you how to respond to those schools. And then eventually, right now, this is where we're at. Who likes me? Who likes me? Then we got to get to who do I like? Do I like that coach? Do I want to visit this school? We got to move on in that place. And then eventually we got to pick the coach that you love. One thing that's important to me, and I want to make clear to you guys, is would you agree with me that academics come first?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So in saying that, being that we all agree that academics come first, your son, unfortunately, likes soccer. So the simple answer is I scare you away, forget soccer, and you just go to school. But he likes soccer. So if he's going to love soccer, we want him to go to a coach that he loves. Have you ever had a bad coach in your life?
Yeah, all of them.
All of them. Me too. So unfortunately.
Yeah.
So your college coach, though, is going to be with you for 4 years, and you're hopefully are not going to leave because it's expensive to go to college. Transferring's a pain in the butt. So we don't want you to just go to any school. My brother had the worst college coach ever, and he's still dealing with the abuse he got then. I loved my coach. He's coming to my wedding. I found my longtime girlfriend there. I'm very grateful. She's Italian. For me, it was perfect. We want you to find that coach for your school. So the whole reason we're actually doing this, even though you want to play D1, is so you find the right coach. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me pause there for a second and ask your son. There's a lot of work. I got to send your emails. I got to look at your video. You have to give it to me. I'm going to criticize you like I did today, but in a loving way. But I'm going to go through this with you. Have I managed to scare you away from wanting to play college soccer?
No.
Too bad, Mom and Dad. I would have saved you a lot of driving. Which is then to say, as we go through this process, I want to kind of show you, there's other companies out there. Can I show you what makes me a little bit different? Have you guys heard of NCSA yet or not yet?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So Mom, your family here, NCSA is like Big Pharma. They own everybody. They're the biggest company there is. They have millions, literally millions of kids who they commit to all sports. I am much smaller than that. You found me on Instagram. Your son found me on Instagram. I just help a small handful of kids, and I'm pretty passionate about doing it. And we are different, and this is kind of how we're different. So the main thing is NCSA, their job, we have different prices. Their job is, before you look at this, your price will be different because of your academics. But in saying this, their job is they have a platform, and their whole claim to fame is our platform has all the coaches on it. And if you come on our platform, you'll get recruited. The coaches will watch your video and they'll recruit you. There's some truth to that. If you want to play in Iowa, or if you want to play for what's called an NSCAA, which is a small Christian school, then
we're not going.
Correct. So it doesn't work for regular, we'll call them NCAA schools. So that's why I bought NCSA. My parents bought NCSA. I wrote my master's thesis on NCSA. I don't like them. Even if you don't work with me, please don't work with them. The next thing is, and if you're going to work with anybody, even if it's not me, you got to do it on your own, which is to say you need your own YouTube page, your own Instagram, which is why when I built the AI system that you saw that allows me to email everybody, it doesn't say CollegeSoccerGuy in the account. It just has your son's email. I don't want the credit. I want the results. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So I will edit all your son's videos, which they will not do. You got the system. I want to talk to your son 24/7. And if he doesn't talk to us 24/7, within reason, of course, like every few days, then I will fire you and you won't work with us. And then the last thing is if you sign up with them, they put you in a contract and you cannot get out. So once you're with them, you're stuck, even if it's not working. For me, if in 3 months from now we're not being recruited, then I'm going to refund you, which I'll talk about in a minute. So now I want to show you on a day-to-day what it looks like to work with us. And if this doesn't scare you away, then I'm out of luck. Deal?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what we would do with your son. Step one is this. And I know you guys had booked like a while ago, I think, and then it didn't work out. So this is just a reminder. Basically, you're going to get a coach and me. The reason you don't only get me is your son has a lot of work he needs to do. He's got to make all of his videos, which I will be editing. I got to pick out what schools need his position, and also like who I think would benefit. My job is to like get to know the coaches. I go to conferences. I go to the NCAA. Did you guys hear about the new NCAA rule that just happened?
Is there less people on the roster? Is that what you're talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So for your son that does know, basically they cut the rosters. It used to be like unlimited amount of rosters for D1 and less scholarship. Now it's 28 students and only 28. They might even make it 26. And you get unlimited scholarship. So that is the good news. But just so you know, for your son, as a 27, that will be good. But for my 26s and 25s, I'm having some of my seniors, they're going to have to take a gap year. It's causing a lot of problems because the coaches at the D1 level have like 35 kids. They're graduating 4. That means they have to cut another 4, which means they're going in the transfer portal. So it's going to be a mess for the next 2 years. But your son will be at the end of that. So then you're going to get a coach plus me. You must meet with us each week for the first month. That is non-negotiable because, especially with your son, right now we have to make a video. But before we even make a video, I need him to write genuine aspects for schools. I got to set up his email signature. I got to figure out which schools are his top choices. I'm going to give you my, 75 schools, but we need to know his top 10 for Division 1 and for Division 2 and for Division 3. And then we're going to talk on Discord. Have you guys heard of Discord before?
Yeah.
For your parents. Basically, your son and I are going to go through many messages. We tried to do it through email in the past, and it just got too complicated. So we're going to have an app, and it's like an app for the kids, and this is where we talk. And you parents, even if mom and dad, technology is not your forte, which maybe in your case it is.
Oh, it is mine.
Perfect. So then we want you on Discord. You got to be on Discord. It's just how we talk to you. And if you want to talk to us and you don't want your son to hear about it, we'll make your own channel just for you and just for your coach. But we have to talk on Discord. Then we will edit all your videos. So your son needs to make a highlight video. And the footage he has right now can go on his Instagram, which we need to do also. And it's good for Instagram. It's actually really good for Instagram because it's good video. It's formatted for Instagram, and that'll be great. But his new video cannot have that. So he's going to have...
I started me.
Amazing. So I need his video to look professional, his GPA, his grad year, an accolade, his self-interview. You know, we're very particular. I'll just show you, like when we make our videos for our students, we're very specific on the order of the videos, but also what the videos say, because we want to make sure the highlight video is who he is, at least for the beginning of his life. So these are like all the videos we'll do for our students and make sure they look like super professional and all that stuff. Okay, so we got to do that for him too. Then the last piece, to scare you away, is we're going to go through game video review. So your son's a good soccer player. He's the same position as me. He's kind of my height. I'm 5'6", so I was never the biggest or the strongest. So we got to have him get better at soccer. So we have to go through his games, and we'll have an hour call to just go through his games. Then we also have a sports performance coach on staff that he can book as much as he wants. If he wants to talk about his confidence level or how to perform on the field, they have their master's degree in sports performance. They're a soccer player. They actually are a former student of mine who I helped play college soccer, and then they got their master's, and now they're kind of like an alumni coming back. And I want your son to meet with them as well if he can. And then you're going to get a Google Drive. And I think I showed you this, but I'll show you just real quick. This is what his Google Drive will look like. Basically, it will have like all of his videos so we can keep track of everything. And then he's going to get this document. And in this document, we're going to meet every single week, right, for the first month. And the analogy I want to give you is I did criticize your profile, but your son is a good soccer player who I think I'm going to see more videos soon. But right now I'm going Division III is realistic. Division I is a reach, but we hope that he improves and maybe Division I is possible. I'll be the first to tell you without MLS Next, and even basically we'll just say MLS Next, Division I is pretty much not realistic for almost any kids anymore, but doesn't mean that he shouldn't still play college soccer. So it is to say that when we work with kids, you're going to get a recording of every time we meet with your son, and then he's going to have homework. You got to text this, you got to email. And this is like why I'm trying to scare you away. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Can I just clarify something?
Please.
Are you saying that, I guess from statistics, right? I guess you're going back based on history, that if you're not playing at the MLS Next level at 15, 16, then your probability of going Division I is very low?
Correct.
Okay. So he's one coach away from saying, yeah, we want you to move up one level and play in this game, right? And then be on that team. So so that's subjectivity to it. So but how is the mentality from a coach, you know, so it's very hard for all these coaches to recruit. There's so many choices, there's so many people coming at them. So of course the marketing and the advertising and getting them the right video is important, but is that their mentality that, you know, if I'm Division I and I got 20 some scholarships, well, for sure, every one of them is going to go to a MLS Next player?
Good question. Good question.
Is there 10% of them coming from the ECNL, old ECNL level or
Sure.
high school level?
Yeah, good question. So of the kids that play Division I soccer, there's less than 2% that play Division I soccer for all levels, 2%. Of the 2%,
okay,
80% are MLS Next.
Okay.
Okay, so even if your son gets promoted to MLS Next, he's still not likely to play Division I, statistically speaking.
What is the 20% coming from?
Sorry, I'll say it again.
Because the 80% comes from the MLS, and where are the other ones coming from?
ECNL, their Gatorade Player of the Year, transfers, international players.
Okay, so
international.
that leads me to my next question. So if I take my son to go to Italy to complete his high school, how would that change?
Good question. He will not play college soccer.
In the United States?
Correct. If he goes abroad, they will not be able to see him in person. It doesn't matter if he's playing for AC Milan unless they can see him in person. And the reason I know this, because I would disagree too, we had a kid who was playing for the Italian under-19s. He was not willing to go to America for an ID camp, so they did not recruit him.
But what about if we are willing to go for the ID camp? Like he can go to high school during the winter and come here for the weeks that he has the ID
Good
camp.
question. You still won't play Division I. Division I schools must see you at an MLS Next showcase to recruit you 4 to 6 times.
So that's why America doesn't get better soccer.
Yes, that's another discussion we can have.
Competition. I mean,
Can I just ask a question?
let me finish on this. We have a great friend of his that is going to Italy to play because MLS Delco was not that good as far as the coaching. So he's actually getting better coaching over there, and the guy is really committed, and he's doing that because he believes he can be a better soccer player. So how a better soccer player doesn't get a chance to play soccer and compete?
And why wouldn't a Division I coach value that experience rather
question.
than be exclusionary and say, well, you're not MLS next in the United States? Because it just seems contradictory.
Okay, good, very good question. So I want to be clear. It's not me telling you. So it's we're on the
No,
same
we know
team.
that.
No, I understand that. It's a good question.
Here.
Yeah, it's a good question. No, it's a good question. Here's the reason. One, whatever level he's playing in Italy, the college coaches have no idea if it's any good. Even if it is, they don't know what it is. That's number
better
one.
than here, though.
Okay, that's number one.
It's consensus that
Okay.
the European.
Well, he could be playing in the 5th division, and that's not better than college soccer, even if he's not playing in 5th division. I'm just saying this is just what I'm telling you. You can disagree with me, but I'll tell you right now, if that kid stays in Italy, Division I schools will pick a kid they can see more often, and that's really what it comes down to. They will pick a kid they know better and they can see more often. Now, if he's playing for AC Milan or Manchester United, that's a different story. It's clearly the level is amazing. But if he's playing for some Italian team that they've never heard of, even if it's better coaching, they will always pick the kid they can see more.
I just have a question. Like, my Delco NAL team is like a lot better than a lot of MLS Next teams. Like, there's a lot of like obviously in the Northeast is also even more competitive. Do you think the label is more important than how good the team actually is and how hard it is to actually make the team?
Good question. Let me back it up. Ask me the same. Well, okay. The better question to ask is, will your NAL team get seen more than another MLS Next team that's worse? And the answer is, if the MLS Next team's going to MLS Next Fest or Generation Adidas, they will get seen more than you, even if you're better than every team. And the coaches will pick the team that they can see more. That's what this is about. So to your father's point, which was very valid, that they're better, they're getting better coaching, they're an even better player. College coaches will want to pick the player they know better. Even if you're this kid who went to Italy is amazing and they get to know him and he gets to college and he decides to drink alcohol, the coach gets fired. So they want to get to know the player as a human. So they will always prioritize the person they see the most, on top of the fact that if they saw your friend who's really good in Italy at a camp and he's the best one at camp, they'll go, the kids at camp are X level. I need to see you in an environment that I understand. And a video from Italy that might be amazing, unless it's Youth Europa League or Youth Champions League, which is something they do understand, it's difficult. Now, there's lots of international players from Italy that come to the United States and kill it, to your point. They're really good. But I can just tell you, because I've done this many times, we have many kids who have gone to Germany, who've gone to Italy, kind of like your mom has discussed, and they go, we were talking to schools, and every school said, let us know when you come back to the United States so we can see you in person. They fly back all the way to the camp. The coach goes, wow, you're great. You're amazing. Any showcases? You go, no, I live in Italy. They go, great. We'll see you later. We'll pick someone else. It happens all the time. So that's why I'm just, even if you don't work with me, if you leave, you will reduce your college chances. Doesn't mean he won't, but I'll also add, he will get better at soccer if he goes to Italy. You're correct. It is better. But from an exposure perspective, it's about who they see the most.
2 kids from the FC Delco U19 team. It was on the NAL team. One went to Howard University. They went D1. I don't know what I forget where the other kid went. I don't know the details if he went to MLS X Fest with them or whatever, but do you think, like, going to those showcases, like, even when on the NAL team is more important than going to a worse MLS team?
If you're, and look, I know your coach at FC Delco. I know FC Delco really well. Your club is the exception to most NAL teams in the country because you have such a good reputation. So that is really helpful. And if your NAL team is being the exception and going to MLS Next events, then you're in the clear. All they care about is if they can see you in person. And it's like a food court. The college coaches are going to go to where there's the most available food because their budgets allow for it. They're not going to go watch your high school game and only watch you. They don't have the budget to go just watch one kid. So they're going to go to the showcase where they can watch 40 kids in one weekend.
Okay. Can I ask another question?
Yes.
From a technical standpoint, what would you say is the position that it's kind of more on demand based on what the trends are about, improving the soccer in this country? So is that, I'm just trying to strike, because he could play different positions and we kind of disagree on what position he should play. And I believe you should play your strengths, but I'm just curious, what would be, if there is any conversation about being able to shift or adapt to a different position, or what position can get you a better deal?
Good question. What position do you feel the most comfortable with, Nathan?
Center mid.
So
Yeah.
okay, so from what I've seen in the video, which again was him as a young man, he's a center mid, maybe a right back. If you want to get recruited easier, play right back. But if he doesn't love playing as a right back, or if he's not as good at it, then you never switch positions for the sake of the coach.
Oh.
Also, though, the coach is going to pick what he does choose. So for me, I'm 5'6". I played center back for a period of time in college. I did not like playing center back, but I was in college, so I did whatever the coach said. Luckily, though, he saw me as a center mid, which is why I chose the school. Other people saw me as a winger. I didn't want to play as a winger. So to your point, we want to find a coach where he gets to love it and plays minutes. Him going to a Division I school also might mean he doesn't get to play for a couple years because they want transfers. And they do love Italians who are 21 years old and are freshmen at 21 years old. And, that's a real thing. Like there are internationals who come to him. There's like, if you look at about every single roster now is about 30% internationals. So they are coming from other countries. So to your guys' point, it is good. But when you're an American and you leave, their first instinct is, if you're so good, why aren't you playing for an MLS next team? That's what they're going to think, even if they're wrong. And it's subjective in politics. As you can see, my role here, and I don't mean to rush you only because I have another call after this, is my role here is to give you the best chance. That's all I'm for. I can't guarantee anything. I can't say I promise you this. I'm going that in my record so far, that for those that work with me for the lifetime, that if you do what I say and what I tell you, you'll be getting genuinely recruited by a Division III school within the next 3 months. After those 3 months, the goal is for us to aim for Division I. We will hear my job is to give you a chance. It's very possible they'll have different opinions than me and say to you, you're really good. We want you for our D1 team, even though I'm telling you right now that you're not that level, in my opinion. My job is just to get the exposure. So the analogy to give you is, you're a boat. You seem to be a pretty good boat. You're fast. You can go underwater. You can go all the way to Italy. You have a big engine, but you're stuck on the beach with holes in your boat and nobody knows who you are. My job is to take your boat, get it into the ocean, and have you visit all the islands with open arms. We don't want you going to an ID camp where they're like, yeah, we're looking for your position. Why don't you come to camp? I want them to go, we saw your video. We think you're a good candidate. Could you please come? We need them to really like us. Otherwise, your guys will be, never know if it's worth going to the camp or not. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Quick question. I know you got to go. So odds are against you, Division I, based on what we talked about. Not that you can't play at that level. It's just that based on what we talked about. So you're talking about Division III. Is there any money in Division III? Is there any scholarship money in Division III?
Good question. So there's actually way more money in Division III than there is in Division I. The reason being, there's way more money on the academic side than there is on the athletic. So if he gets a scholarship for Division I, the athletic scholarship would be like $2,000 to $10,000. On the academic side, we're looking at anywhere from, in his case, if he keeps above a 3.5, all of our students above a 3.5 have received a minimum of 60 and up to 250. That's been like the max.
So you said Division I, it's 10, 15,000 per year. So it's not even a full. So say it's Villanova or UCLA as the example. You're not even getting a full room and board scholarship.
This is on average. So one kid will get a full ride, maybe two, and then they have to split up the funds for everyone else. And so they'll give everyone else a couple $1,000, maybe 10, maybe 20 if they're lucky. But the way they cover it is they pick kids who have high GPAs that they know UCLA will give them academic scholarship. UCLA, for example.
They give them some sports money, and then they know they're going to get some financial aid academic money because of their GPA.
Correct.
Okay, got.
And because of this kid's soccer ability, they'll say, look, we want the kid to come to our school,
Yeah,
so come, and then they get the academic money and so on and so forth. So your son has good grades. He maybe wouldn't get into Bowdoin or Middlebury, but if he got in because of soccer, they'll go, hey, here's a bunch of money now.
So when I look, I wasn't sure this is the way it was, but we were going to do this academic ID, but he ended up turning his ankle and he didn't go to it this summer. But what I was saying to him, and I just want to ask you if it's accurate, that if you're 3.7, 3.8 GPA and you're playing at say he stays at the NAL level, okay, but he's got a 3.8 at Delca, you're putting yourself in a pool that you're excluding yourself from a lot of the masses, right? So the higher academic schools, maybe the Ivy Leagues or the junior Ivy Leagues, the Colgates of the world, those kind of schools, they're going to look at him and say, okay, he's a high level soccer player, but he's also a high level student, and and then maybe other things about his profile on his resume fit. And is that true that you differentiate yourself that way and then that money is available to you?
Absolutely. The only problem is this. There's thousands of kids with a 3.7 GPA who are good soccer players.
That's
So
what we need.
it does differentiate them from the ones that don't, but it doesn't go, hey, there's only 30 kids with a 3.7 in an NAL.
I understand.
So it definitely
You want
differentiates.
to narrow the field, right? And that's what I said. As a father, you just want to, if the kid's got talent, he's smart, he's a good player, you want to give him the opportunity to compete. May not win, but at least you're in the game, right?
Well said.
But that's how the game is played.
What about if you have a straight A or A plus GPA?
Very
Does that make a
helpful. More academic scholarship. There's lots of kids with very good grades, so it's still very competitive, but it helps you tremendously. And so, as I mentioned, with working with me, so to work with me, basically, as you guys saw, I can pull it up again. It's 5 for life. We're here to help you through the whole process. And I'm to say, if in 3 months from now we're not on track, you'll see that and you can ask for a refund. On top of it, if we go through 1 month and you go, this was really helpful, but we don't want to do this method, right? Because I'm not going to call anybody. We just help you increase your chances. You can stop right there because the payments are split up into 3. You wouldn't get a refund, but you go, we did this for a month. We thought we liked this method. It's too much work. We'll stop now. And that's basically the model that we do. And here's the last thing, only because I have to go, so I'm sorry, is we don't work with very many students. So I want to ask your son, why do you think you're a good fit to work with me?
Because I think if you tell me the things I need to do, I think I'll do them. Even if it's like I need to go and get on an MLS Next team or go to certain showcases, I think I can get there and do it. And I think I can, whatever you tell me I need to do, I think I can do it.
And I guess I'd ask your parents the same question. We are up against the odds. I was playing JV soccer as a high school player, and I went on to play D1. So I like going against the odds, but it doesn't mean that the odds aren't there. So I guess I'd ask the same question. Why do you think your son's a good candidate to work with us?
Now, that's an easy question. My son is very talented academically and as a soccer player. The point is, what's missing is more dedication. So it's up to him. And what is lacking is being the consistency and the dedication to go above and beyond what is requested, which is something that be stressed. And I think that if he does that, strength preparation, all the academics in place, extra training on his own consistently every day, he can kill an MLS. It's just that this is what it's missing. So the potential is there. It's now, we know talent is not everything. We need the work. And that's why I believe that he can do it.
My fiance reminds me a lot of you, and I hope she says that about our kid one day. And that is then, I guess I'd say, this is important for your son. There's a big investment. I'm supposed to get you a lot of scholarships, so you should get it back. But, it's time, it's money. And Nathan, if you're not going to do what I say, I don't want your parents to pay me. That doesn't make any sense. So here's the last thing, and unless your father wants to add one more thing, is I have to know from you guys by tomorrow if you want to work with me. I have to know in 24 hours. If you decide you want to work with me, you got the email, there's a contract. The contract basically says if after the first month you don't want to work with us anymore, we will have done the work that we did and we'll go our separate ways. If you don't get me video, Nathan, in the first month in your case, then I will not work with you. I have to get the video, otherwise I can't get the results. Number 2 is if you don't show up to the meetings on accident without telling us, we will fire you if it happens continuously. And then finally is if in 3 months from now, you're not being genuinely recruited by a top academic D3 school, which is what we're definitely aiming for, then you can fire me. Deal? And you get a refund.
Can we aim for a top academic Division I school? And if it ends up,
The answer is yes.
D3 school, then we'll, you know what I mean?
Good question.
Why is
Yeah.
D3 the target?
Good question. So right now, they're not even officially allowed to talk to him, the Division I schools, because of the rules. They can't talk to him until June 15th. So officially.
So June 15th, because he's in his 10th grade?
Correct.
Okay, got it. All
So
right,
now they
sorry,
can,
I'm
no, it's okay. That's what I'm here for.
just learning.
No, all good. Is now they can listen to him. So he can get on the phone and, leave messages. They're just not allowed to respond and say, I like you. Now they break the rules, and that does happen pretty often. So we will, of course, manage that as well. But to answer your question, if you want to work with me and you want to get success, if he doesn't have interest from top academic D3s, the top academic D1s will not pay attention. It's like fishing. You got to have the baby fish before you go catch the big fish. So
No, but under promising to over deliver. I understand.
there's also
Okay.
some truth to that too. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Very good, everybody. It was very nice talking to you all. If you have any questions, you can email me and you have my email. And otherwise, I'll hear from you guys by tomorrow.
Nice,
Perfect. Thank
nice
you.
talking to you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. See you, Nathan. Bye. Okay, everybody. I wonder if we have one more. One second. Sorry, everybody. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. Sorry, everybody. Sir, can you help? No, I cannot do that. Hi, I made a hi video. Can you please take a look and text me if it's good enough? I can't text you, but you can send it to the Discord, and my team and I will take a look at it. Um, Hey, Aries. What's up, Aries? Aries, on my TikToks, you can answer as many questions as you want. Tell people to call me. Guys, Aries is my admin. He will help answer questions. Is soccer that different from D1, D2? Yeah, D1's actually, it's really not that different. I take it back. It's very, very competitive, equally competitive. All right, we have one more call. And for that call, they requested that to not be live. So I will be hanging up the phone at that point. Okay, let's see here. Anybody who's still listening? We still got some listeners. What legends you guys are listening still. What about NAI? NAI is very good. Set up a call and watch the preliminary videos, although we have been following for a while. Oh, love that. Thank you, mister. Thank you. How freaking cool. That's freaking awesome. Let's see, Stucho, do you have an account? What do you look for to send them in? If I don't make varsity freshman year, is it still possible to go D1? It's still possible. Yes, it's still possible to D1. Gold Tico, my day has been good. Busy, but good. TikTok, we still got some people here. Incredible. You guys are all legendary. I'm going to be able to pay attention to you real quick. Aries, you scored 2 goals. That's freaking amazing. What a legend. What a legend. Aries, instead of sending the link, just tell people to call. It'll be easier. Thank you. Aries, I want to see the video, Aries. I'd love to see it. Okay, I'm assuming Quinn is. Okay, everybody. Give me a second. Do links work on live or no one to pin? They don't work on live, Aries. So just tell people to click the link in the bio. It'll be easier. They don't work on the lives. They do not work on the lives, unfortunately. Okay, everybody, I'm going to go. I'm going to do some work. You guys don't need me. I'm not paying attention. Hi, I'm curious which state has the best ECNL and which state has the best ECRL. Ooh. Look up Got Soccer. We use NCSA for our oldest daughter. We had a good experience. Why do you feel NCSA is not the way to go? What is the difference between price and NCSA? If NCSA worked for you, great. I just don't usually that they don't help you enough. Their videos are really bad. The emails you get are fake. So we don't trust them. But if it worked for you, we're happy for you. If you want to know the difference between me and them, look up CollegeSoccerGuy versus NCSA, and you can see the difference. But we don't trust them anymore. Maybe 6 years ago they were good, but I just do not trust them anymore. I used NCSA. It did not work for me. I could be biased, but they do not pay the level of attention that I do. That is for sure. Here is a video explaining the difference on me versus NCSA, Mr. Miguel, and you can check that out. Okay, goodbye, everybody. It was a pleasure. If you have any questions, call me. Links in the bio. Adamir, Dani, Brent, Rico, Sarmon. If a sophomore dream school responds to you saying we have a few recruits ahead of you, but you're on camp, that usually means do not go to camp. But you can go to camp if you want, if it's your dream school.